on, you already been subscribed. Right now, the queen, she on live. Right now, pull over the whip, no phoning when you drive. Dope Soul sporting with the talk. First lady from New York, Brooklyn. All my people, you rocking with the chat. Hit that. The like button would tell me where you at. You know, step from the NBK. Born and raised up NBK. Hey, real lady, where she holding it down. No matter way how you feel, she gon' greet you with a smile.
Sister, you one of a kind.
Yes.
Oh, sister, it's time you shine. Dope Soul.
Where you at? Where you at?
Dope Soul.
Where you at? Where you at?
Dope Soul.
What?
Dope Soul.
What?
Your soul.
Where you at? Where you at?
Salute, Knick family. Welcome to the channel, Dope Soul Sports Talk, Dope Soul Knicks Talk, a member of the NBK family. I'm your host, Stephanie, a.k.a. Queen. This is the Just Knickin' It weekly show. As always, we got a lot to talk about. Jerrell, Brunson, and Julius Randle made the All-Star team. I was a bit surprised about that, but it was the right decision. I thought Randle's injury was going to get in the way, but the coaches were solid. I thought they did a great job with the All-Star reserves. We'll talk about, we got a lot to talk about. LeBron, the Knicks meeting with Clutch. Yeah, where the Knicks are right now, they're on a roll, 9-game winning streak. I know a lot of us has jumped over the ledge. How good are the Knicks? I think we're still a half game out of second place. Tom Thibodeau might be coaching an All-Star game. Anyway, let's get the panel in here. Shout out to the chat. Appreciate you guys joining us. Hello, fellas. How are you?
Salute, salute.
Salute.
Salute, Knicks family.
Yeah, salute to the chat, man. You know how we do.
And the chat's already on fire. Hit the like button. Hit the like button early. I see we stacking off already.
Yeah. Listen, let's just start with the news of the hour. Both Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle made the All-Star team, voted in as reserves by the coaches. Just your overall thoughts on that.
For me, I'm so happy it happened, especially for Jalen Brunson. I saw the little video that his family made for him.
Oh, wasn't that nice?
If I wasn't such a thug, I might have shed a little tear, but I didn't. It was catching me, AJ. It was catching me.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. I didn't cry, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. I really almost did. That was crazy.
Just one.
Almost.
It's all right.
When his dad was talking about you used to want to be like me, now I wish I was like you when I was younger. I was like, oh man, that's my point guard. Know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, of course.
Did Prince make a song when thugs cry?
Yes. It's gonna be a thug tonight. I was really about to cry when I saw that video. I was like, all right, I gotta suck this up. Like, we got a game to play. Like, I can't do this tonight. But yeah, I'm happy for Jalen Brunson, man. Of course, I'm happy for Julius Randle too. Unfortunately, he's not going to be playing in the game, I would guess. Right. But yeah, it's a really good accomplishment for him too. That's 3 All-Stars in 4 years. So I want to give it up to Julius Randle. But what everybody wants to talk about is Jalen Brunson. Like, it's his first time. Everybody think he got slighted last year. This time he might have got slighted for being a starter. But our guys got in, and we one of the hottest teams, if not the hottest team in the league right now. So absolutely. I'm happy, man. I'm happy.
Yeah, no doubt. Jeff?
Well, I actually think Julius' injury helps him, because that way the coaches can vote him in, and then they still get to add somebody else. Whereas, you know what I mean? If Julius is healthy, then there might be, if there's 2 people on the fence, it's easier to just add Randle and then say, well, he's not going to play, so then I get to bring in the other person anyway. I don't mean that as a slight to Randle, just to be clear, but I actually think that the injury might have worked in his favor a little bit, and good for him because he deserves it. I think that it shouldn't be lost on Knick fans, and I'll get to Jalen in a minute, but it shouldn't be lost on Knick fans that 3 All-Star appearances in a Knick uniform is not something that happens very often. Talking about Carmelo Anthony, You're talking about Patrick Ewing. You're talking about Michael Ray Richardson. And then I think you have to go back to the dominant teams of the dynasty teams in the 60s and 70s. So Julius Randle is climbing the ladder as far as all-time Knick greats. You know, he's got to be considered in the top 10 now, in my opinion. And so hats off to him for just, you know, making the All-Star game after the worst 6-game start to a season in the history of the universe, and still come out and be All-Star, All-NBA caliber. Speaks volumes to how hard this guy works. And so, and then Jalen Brunson, so deserving, and just, you know, he's so humble. He's such a great leader. I mean, you just saw the other night when Precious threw the ball away, and he's like, "Don't worry, coach, we got this. That's on me." Like, stars in the NBA don't do that. But Jalen Brunson does that because he's special. You know, he's one of one. And so for him to be honored, though, and you could tell by the post-game interview that it meant a lot to him. Absolutely. Like, here's a guy who just had to work hard for everything. Always said he's too short, he's too this, he's too slow, he's too that. And then he just outworks everyone and says, "Oh yeah, well, just watch me," you know, and you can't stop him. And so, to me, that's the best story in the NBA this year. I just, you know, hats off to Jerrell's point guard. I love the guy. I just run out of words. I mean, he's just so fantastic. It's incredible.
Yeah. My sentiments exactly. Y'all not leaving a lot of meat on the bone, but go ahead, AJ.
I mean, I thought Geoff was gonna shed a quick one here, man. You all right, brother?
I'm good, man.
I mean, listen, definitely congratulations to our two warriors, man, Juju and Jalen Brunson, both very deserving. You know, I want to clear one. I want people to understand one thing, right? It's actually, to me, in my opinion, it is actually more honorable, more of an accomplishment that you get voted in by the coaches, by the people who actually know basketball, than by the fans who are voting on name recognition. You know, the first part, the fan part, is a popularity contest. The second part, the coaches, that's a basketball decision. The people who live and breathe basketball are telling, listen, this guy deserves to be an all-star. To me, that means more than, you know, 2 million fans who, you know, don't know, who can't possibly watch every game. I mean, these guys study you. They have scouting reports on you, and they say, you know what, you're deserving. To me, that means more than the popular vote. So congratulations to both of those guys. And listen, man, I mean, we have 2 all-stars on our team, man. Two all-stars on our team.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And salute to the coaches. I think the top 4 teams, I think, have 2 all-stars and 4 other teams. So I don't know what's going on in the Western Conference, but for the Eastern Conference, the coaches, you know, really celebrated winning and voted, you know, based on winning. Everyone came from the top 8 teams. I believe it was. So yeah, kudos to them. You know, shout out to Julius Randle. You know, 3 years All-Star in the Knicks uniform, 2-time All-NBA, just handling his business, coming back from that disastrous season 2 years ago where a lot of us didn't think he would rebound as far as the fans was concerned. A lot of us felt, not necessarily, some of us felt that we wanted him back, but we weren't sure, you know, if that relationship, you know, would ever be repaired and if he'd be able to perform. And he just came back and just showed what he's made of. So, you know, kudos to him. But the man of the hour, man. I mean, I was calling from Jalen Brunson. Did I think he would be this? Absolutely not. But did I think he would be really good? I absolutely did. And he's exceeded my expectations. Super happy for him. Saw the video, super emotional. Just think about, I mean, he's like that. He's every man, you know, like those who had to deal with adversity, wasn't fast enough, wasn't quick enough. And at every step of the way, there were doubts. And there was a time when he was doubting himself. His father was saying, you can play in the NBA. He wasn't even sure, and just to see how he goes about his business with class and just, he's a star in this league. I'm not sure if there's still some holdouts, in the NBA fan base. I know we talked about this earlier in the season, and a lot of fans in the chat, or a few enough in the chat, didn't think that he was a star. I just don't think, in my opinion, you can hold on to that position. But that's my opinion. He's a star in this league, and happy for us that we got somebody that can close out a game. Yeah, super happy for both of them.
Think about the contracts they're on compared to everybody else who's in the All-Star game.
Yeah,
So
no
shout out to
doubt.
Leon Rose for getting them at bargain prices too.
Yeah, for now anyway.
Well, we in for now though.
Yeah,
we can worry about it for later, but for now,
yeah,
biggest bang for your buck.
yeah, no doubt about it. Any thoughts on just the All-Star teams itself? I think one of the things that comes up for me is if somebody doesn't make it, it's like, oh, his team wasn't winning. That's why Trae Young didn't make it. His team wasn't winning.
Right.
Then you look at, Steph Curry, his team is in 12th place. You look at the Lakers and, they get 2 and they're either at 500 or a game under 500. So I think it's just different criteria for some. I don't think there's any standard criteria. I think for some, once you cross over and you're like a star, it doesn't matter whether your team is winning or not. You're gonna get in. If you want to come up, then it's about, well, if you all that great, how come your team in the in 7th place or 8th place? So it is what it is. But Fox and Sabonis, they're in 5th place. Sabonis is killing it. Fox is too, but Sabonis is just doing, I think he has as many triple doubles as the Joker. He just killing it. And they didn't get one representative in the All-Star game. Like, wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm actually watching them play now. They're playing, they're beating the Pacers right now. So that's good for us. But yeah, you're right. They don't have any name recognition. I guess maybe because they're young. And Trae Young is the same way too. And like you said, I agree with you. Like people like LeBron, Steph, AD, they're gonna make the game just because they're stars in this league, regardless of the record.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dame, same thing.
No, but their record is good though, AJ. So
yeah. And he's a big part of it. I mean, they're in 2nd place. Or I don't know where they are now. If they're still in 2nd place.
I don't think they played tonight, so I bet they're still like half game ahead of us. But
yeah. I mean, and shout out to AJ, boy. AJ was on it. We was in 3rd place for like 30 seconds, and he sent me a text. Like right after, like, oh, we in 3rd place.
Yep.
And now it seems like I haven't looked at it, the standings today, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Like a half a game out of
2nd place.
Out of 2nd. Is that still the case?
Yep. I'm looking now. We're half a game. We're 32-17. Milwaukee is 32-16.
So yeah. So if
and Philly's a game behind us, so
Milwaukee
it's
plays
a game separating 2nd through 5th right now.
Well,
if they lose tonight, Milwaukee plays tonight, right? If they lose tonight, we'll be tied for 2nd. Don't they play tonight? I think.
Do they?
Let me look at the.
I don't think so.
No, they don't play tonight. I'm looking at all the schedule.
Tomorrow.
They probably play tomorrow. The 76ers, they're going to go down a little bit just because of Embiid's injury, but they're 30-17 also. So the only ones that we have to worry about catching us is Cleveland, the Pacers, who is losing right now, and like the Heat and the Magic and stuff like that going down the line.
Yeah. So AJ is going to be extremely upset because Tom Thibodeau might coaching the All-Star game, right? Because
Yep.
I don't think Boston. I don't think you can be a
You
coach
could
two
coach
times in a row.
twice.
Right.
What I tell you in the chat,
How
yeah,
you feel about that, Ajay?
he finally earning his paycheck.
Finally, right? He finally did something good, right?
Finally.
Finally.
Year 4, he finally making it work.
Well, Andy, I got one thing to say about that and about our coach. This is the third time in Tom Thibodeau's tenure that we've had a 9-game winning streak. There's only one other coach in Knick history that has more than that. You know who that is?
Pat Riley.
Red Holtzman.
Oh, Holtzman.
Red did it 5 times. And Red was the only NBA champion winning coach in franchise history. So Tom Thibodeau is in some rarefied air, man. Like him or hate him or do whatever you want. But the guy
I give him props. I know he's done a tremendous job this year, and I pointed at that a few times.
Oh, I'm just busting your chops.
I know. I mean, you know me. I say it like I see it. But no, he's been doing a tremendous job this year with his rotation. He hasn't been too stubborn, and he's been good.
Tibbs has been tibbing as he's always been tibbing.
Mhm.
I just think that when we lose, everybody gets super critical. Oh, he should have did this. When we win, oh, everything is right. He's making adjustments. He's pulling the right string. He's doing the same thing. That he's always done. Anyway. All right. Anything else about the All-Star?
Now, are you even going to watch it? The actual game?
I will, because Brunson will be on it, so I will watch it, and Randle probably won't play.
Right. I'll watch it probably for the same reason.
Brunson going to be in the 3-point shooting contest too.
Yep, I'm definitely watching that. I always watch the festivities surrounding the game. I just always lose interest of the game itself. Like I never watched
the glorified scrimmage. They don't even play defense.
Right. Yeah. No doubt about it. Anybody questioning on this panel and in the chat whether Brunson is a star, we can lay that to bed. Paris, Quiet Money, Sherwin, we could put that to bed now.
Rock that baby to sleep.
Hope so.
Better yet, bury it in the ground.
Damn. Caught me off guard with that one, Geoff. Kill it.
All right. Let's talk before we get into how good are the Knicks. Let's just talk about some random stuff. Or should we get into that and leave the random stuff to the end? Like the clutch sports, the LeBron stuff.
We should save the LeBron stuff.
Save it to the end. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, let's talk about it. How good are the Knicks? The New York is a half game out of second place, 9-game winning streak, 2 games without Julius Randle, 2 or 3 games without Julius Randle. It's 3?
I think so.
And OG missed all 3 as well, or 2 of the 3?
OG missed 2 of them, I thought.
Right. And the Knicks are just stepping up left and right. The mental toughness of this team is amazing. I mean, this is not something I doubt anyway, but just how everyone is just stepping up and playing with confidence. Sims getting an offensive rebound like he was dribbling out, spins back to the baseline for the dunk. Like everyone is just super confident, in their play. Achua is finally looking like, someone more than a water boy, right? When he first came, I was like, my goodness.
Right.
I mean, his rebounding, particularly his offensive rebounding, and not just that, his ability to defend on the perimeter. He did a really good job with Siakam. I mean, listen, Siakam he's gonna score, but I just thought his footwork and his lateral quickness, he's really good. And in that department, and he's also playing with confidence. And I like the fact he's not a 5, as Ajay said, but you can play him, at the 5. But I love when he plays with Hartenstein. They just cleaning up the boards. But anyway, Knicks half game out of second place. How high can they finish in the Eastern Conference? Yeah. Ajay, we'll start with you, Geoff, Jerrell. And the chat can weigh in, of course.
I mean, anywhere between 2, 3, 2 and 3 and 4, because we're half place out of second place. But and shout out to Queens Cleveland Cavaliers. Because they are right behind us. I mean, they just not giving up. They're not letting up, man. I mean, they're playing just as good as we are. You know what I'm saying? So that 2, 3, and 4 is just going to be a fight for positioning. I don't think anybody's catching Boston unless injuries. But otherwise, I don't see. They got that first spot. That's pretty much set in stone right now. But yeah, I mean, we just gotta keep on pushing, keep on winning, and if the Bucks slip, anyhow they slip, we get on top. So and of course, because Cleveland's right behind us, tailing us, so we still got to keep pushing, man. We still gotta. So yeah, I mean, it's gonna be 2, 3, and 4. Those 3 teams. It's just you got to battle for position to see where you're gonna end up.
Well, listen. Philly may be without Embiid. I'm not sure how long, if that's a season ending injury or what. Milwaukee, they'll have some growing pains. Doc is trying to make some changes. I still think they'll be right there, but we don't know what's going on with Randle either. Like, we don't know how long he's going to be out. What's going on with OG's elbow? I think that has a lot to do with it as well. I think if we're totally healthy with Randle and OG, I think we can finish third, maybe even second, but we could finish third, without them. Yeah, I'm not sure. Geoff?
Well, extra most best is Cleveland's got about a cupcake of schedule as you can have over the next 2 weeks. So I expect they're as hot as we are. They've won 9 out of their last 10. I mean, we've won 9 straight and hadn't picked up a single game on them. That's crazy. I mean, or they're right there where they were, because I guess we're ahead of them. But we're certainly capable of finishing in second. I agree with you. Health is going to be a big issue. The Bucks don't scare me at this point. Mm-hmm. And I think Philly's going to – I can't see Embiid not missing the rest of the season. It sounds like he's got a torn meniscus or something like that. If they have to shut him down, I think that even without Randle, I think we'll be better than Philly.
I agree.
If that's the case. And so but I think Cleveland is real. I mean, they've gone through their injuries too. I mean, they were down Darius Garland and they were down Mobley, and they still won 9 out of 10, and now their schedule lightens up. So I think that they're really the threat. I think it's between us and maybe them for the 2 seed, depending on how Milwaukee's going to be right there also. I think Doc will do a good enough job. So I think it's going to be a 3-horse race for, from now to the end of the season.
Yeah, I think what they're finding out in Cleveland is that Donovan plays better with the ball in his hand. I'm not saying he can't play off the ball when Garland is there. He can, but he's at his best when he's directing the show. And it really got me thinking about Brunson as well. Brunson can play off the ball, don't get me wrong. But is he as effective? Or is he most effective on the ball? It just got me thinking, because Donovan Mitchell is single-handed. I shouldn't say that. He's definitely getting support. That's not what I'm saying. But he's doing his thing over there, playing on the ball. It just got me thinking about Brunson. In terms of just bringing in another point guard as opposed to an off guard that can help handle the ball. Jerrell, how high can the Knicks finish in the Eastern Conference?
I echo what the fellas said and what you said earlier. High is the 2 seed, low is the 4. I think we just worried about Cleveland and the Bucks. I'm not so sure we're going to catch Boston, but that's a possibility too. Like I wouldn't even put one out of our range, especially if we get healthy. I think that's the main concern for me, the health part. And if we don't make a trade, like the health of Jalen Brunson is actually a concern for me, because the way he's scoring and the type of physicality that the teams are playing him now, I'm not so sure how much he can hold up with the amount of minutes that he's playing. So if we don't get a point guard or any type of guard to, a backup guard to at least, deviate some of that, we might be in trouble towards the end of the season. But yeah, I think the highest second, I wouldn't rule out first. No lower than fourth though.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. Listen, Boston losing to the Lakers without AD and LeBron. Is that just something that happens over the course of the NBA season, or do you think it says something about their mental toughness?
For me, I think that's just something that happens every season. Like every team loses games they don't supposed to lose. Like you can take the Bulls when Michael Jordan was there when they won 72. Like they still lost 10 games. And that team, the way they played, you wouldn't bet against them on any night. So I think that's just the ebbs and flows of the season.
Anybody else?
I'm gonna brag a little bit about that, because they had a high stakes meeting over at the Lakers, and they look at the next two games. It's like, which one we most likely to win without our superstars? Boston, because they know they can't beat the Knicks without AD and LeBron.
Okay.
So they had to rest those guys to prepare them for the Knicks.
For us.
Maybe they thought they weren't going to win the Boston game anyway. So they sat those guys, and then they ended up winning as a surprise. But, you can interpret it however you want to.
Yeah.
But I actually just think it was one of those deals where, they knew that LeBron and AD weren't playing, and so they thought they could just show up with that hideous Boston across their chest and win. And that's not how the NBA works. You got to come and bring it every night. And that's one of the things I love about this team is they bring it. They very few, it does happen even to us, but very few times you see an effort loss. And that's what that was, in my opinion. That was just Boston thinking they were just going to waltz in because they're, the best team in the East, and the Lakers are down 2 players, and they just got whipped. I mean, they just, Lakers wanted it more. They were hungrier, and Austin Reeves got hot. Happens.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's just something that happens over the course of a season. I don't think it says anything about their mental toughness either. It happens. They probably had a let down, and the Laker players is just thinking, hey, this is an opportunity for me to show.
No pressure, right? You're playing without your best players. Just go out there and see what happens, right? What's the worst that can happen? Well, we're going to lose by 30. So what? Everybody expects that's going to happen anyway. So just go out there, play loose and carefree, and sometimes that makes a difference.
Yeah, for sure. Where are you now, if you can remember your predictions of where the Knicks would finish in the Eastern Conference? Is it the same, or now having watched the team for a little over half a season, it's changed some?
I think I said top 4. I think, if I remember correctly. So it's about the same. Like nothing's really has changed other than like injuries, coaching changes, and stuff like that. So, I think it's about the same. I think it's just different the way that we're winning for me. It's not the wins and losses now. It's the way that we're winning games. Like we're blowing teams out now.
I thought we'd win 50 games. I didn't necessarily know. I knew the East was going to be tough, so I didn't know if 50 wins was going to be the 1 seed or the 5 seed or the 7 seed. But I really thought we'd win 50 games, and that really hasn't changed for me. I really am hesitant to boost the upward trajectory of that too much, just because I think at some point not having Randle's gonna show up. Like we're hot as a pistol right now. We had a nice win, but Halliburton didn't play in the second half really in that game, and that helped us on our comeback. And we didn't, we hadn't played the toughest of teams when we've been without our best players, and so I don't want to pour cold water on anything. I still think we're a really good team, but Randle's such a good player. There's going to come a point where, Brunson's going to have a night where he can't carry us, and against a better team and we play a lot of those in the next 5 or 6 games. I mean, we have a lot of tough games coming up. We may not be able to, get away with that. So we might not, games that we would probably expect to win if we're healthy, we might not be able to, especially if OG continues to be out with that elbow. I think if OG is healthy, that helps us a lot. But I think that's one of the most impressive things about the last 2 wins is that it's like, I've never seen a team next man up like this team is next man up. And I mean, it's crazy that everybody just seems, okay, it's my turn. I'm going to go and I'm going to go out. I mean, Deuce McBride went on a 14-point run by himself in that, he scored 14 points in a row for the Knicks between the third and fourth quarter. Absolutely kept us in that game, kept us within striking distance. It was 91-88 when that run ended, and then Brunson hit the big 3, and then he took over from there. But if we don't get those 14 points from him, we don't beat Indiana. So big ups to him. But that doesn't mean that I want him to – I don't think you can rely on that kind of a performance on a night in and night out basis. And that's not meant as a slight to McBride. I mean, I think he's shown this year that he's a really good shooter, and and his defense is always tremendous. But again, I would just feel more comfortable just one more ball handler in there, one guy who can get his own shot. And I mean, we had some lineups out there that if we're healthy, 4 of those guys aren't even going to be on the floor come playoff time.
Yep.
Think about that.
Yeah. Shout out to Paris Duggar. Jalen is a star, a top 10 player, a top 3 closer. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I think, and we talked about this last week. The Knicks are smoking hot. So anytime you start talking about what the Knicks need, people take that as, you're not a believer, as Bogey said to Geoff. Geoff still has some doubts, huh?
Yes.
And just your thoughts on that. When a team is on a roll like this, and you really get to see the defense the Knicks are playing, you really get to see how players are stepping up and contributing. What's your individual take on that? Are you someone that kind of just be like, wow, look how they're playing now? This will definitely translate to the playoffs. Or are you someone who's like, yeah, we're playing now, but I've kind of watched the playoffs for a while, and I kind of got a sense of what you need in the playoffs, and I kind of still think this. Like, how do you approach this when you see your team on the roll? Same thing for the chat. I'm on location. I can't take phone calls today because I would love to hear how do you approach this in your own mind. Geoff, we'll start with you, then Jerrell, then Ajay.
Well, I think I said this last show, and so I'm sorry to be repetitive, but you're never quite as good as you are when you're at your best, and you're not as bad as you are when you're at your worst, right? And we're in a peak right now. We're riding high. Everything feels good. It feels like we're never going to lose another game again, right? Well, that's just not. It's going to happen. Hopefully, it doesn't happen for another couple weeks. I'd love to go. Let's keep streaking as far as that goes. But you said something before we got on the air that really kind of summarizes how I feel. I feel like there's an opportunity here to do something big, right? I think, yes, things are humming along right now, and I think it shows us the possibilities of what could be. But at the same time, when push comes to shove in the Eastern Conference Finals, I don't want my fate in the hands of Deuce McBride and Jericho Sims. I just don't. I would like to have just one more player, one more experienced guy. And actually, I love our depth at the 4-5. Precious Achua, ever since I said he doesn't have a skill set, has been playing out of his mind. I owe him the biggest apology, and I guess I should keep hating on him so he keeps playing well. But I really think that he gives us a lot of versatility. He's a true four that, he rebounds the heck out of the ball. And when you have that and Hartenstein, wow, that's great. And, OG a third star? I don't know that he is. I love OG. I think defensively he's transformative. I don't know. I guess I haven't seen enough of him offensively to say, yeah, he's the guy. We can depend on him to get buckets when Brunson doesn't have it going, or with the second unit, if he's the guy who's running, because we run a 9-man rotation. If he's the guy, is he just the guy you can hand the ball to and say, go get us some points? And because even when he was here and everything was going good, I felt like we had droughts. I felt like we'd have 4 or 5 minute stretches where it was just pulling teeth to get a basket, and our defense is good enough where it kept us in the game, but I feel like we just had a little extra punch, a little extra oomph, that it would be better. And I don't say we need someone to dribble the air out of the ball. That's not what I'm saying. But if you've got another scorer and another threat on the perimeter, who can make Jalen Brunson's life easier, maybe he doesn't have to play 40 minutes a night. I think that would be helpful. And I don't think McBride is a point guard. I think he's a shooting guard in a point guard's body. He's very useful. But again, I'm not sure. It's small sample size, but we played him 3 minutes in that Miami series in Game 6, and it was the 3 minutes that cost us the game. I hate to harp on that, but
I don't. Is that fair, Geoff? It was in the first quarter.
It's not completely fair, but he was out there. It wasn't just him, but he was out there. He was part of that unit that. And what were the struggles of that unit? The struggles of that unit, they couldn't get any offense because he's not someone who can beat his man off the dribble. He's not someone who's going to create opportunities for others. He's going to have to play off the ball. And if you've got 5 guys who have to play off the ball, that can be the difference. That in the playoffs, every possession is magnified, right? And so I don't think you can go those stretches where you can't score points. And so, like I said, I don't worry about the defense. I know we can get stopped, but I don't know if that's enough. And then that's my goal. I'm just trying to think of looking at this roster, trying to be objective. What can we do to this team that makes it tougher for other teams to guard come the postseason? Because the scouting is better. Everybody knows what you like to do, and everybody's going to know, Brunson's not in the game. This is our chance to make a run. This is how we can attack him. And I think we've got to have an answer for that. And I think if you get one guy in there, it can make all the difference. I think it takes a lot of the pressure off of those other guys.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I agree with, is that minimal? This is like a 6 font. Minimal 1231. I agree with him. The playoff is a different beast. It is different. The intensity is different. Like Geoff alluded to, you're playing a team, if you're lucky, 7 times. There are no surprises. They know what you're trying to do. They're going to run counters and try to take away what you like to do best, try to take away your best players. And a lot of times you do need those other players to step up. For me, I feel like we were talking about this before the show. There's an opportunity here. This Eastern Conference, listen, Boston has a great starting five, but their bench is not that, it's not that great. I'm not sure they're as mentally tough as the Knicks. The Knicks have, and I'm not talking about the Laker game. I'm just saying overall. The Knicks have perimeter defenders now. You're not stopping Jaylen Brown and Tatum, but the Knicks have one or two players that can make it difficult for those guys. So I see an opportunity. So for me, when I see McBride and I see Grimes and I see Precious, and they're playing awesome right now, I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm saying to myself, there's an opportunity here. Do I want to risk that with two young guards leading my second unit? They can very well show up and show out in the playoffs. They very well can do that, right? But is that a risk I'm willing to take when I don't have to? When I have assets, and when there are players available. And I get it. I don't have the full salary. I was watching Sean Marks. Was it no Bobby Marks, right? Bobby Marks. Shout out to Knicks Film Studio. They do a great job over there. And I was listening, to that show. I don't know all the salary cap ramifications. The Knicks, who knows what they're planning to do in the summer? Who knows what kind of backdoor information they have in the summer? So they may want to keep their cap flexibility. I get it. None of us have the full picture. But there's an opportunity here. And for me, I don't want to risk that with McBride and Grimes as my guards in the playoffs. And I'm not taking anything away from how they're playing right now. The playoffs are a different beast. It's just a different beast. That's my thoughts on it. Jerrell?
Yeah, it's definitely different beast. I think we go through, as fans, we go through this every season. Like, just like Geoff said, like with the years that Tom Thibodeau has been here, earlier in the show, Geoff said that we always go on long winning streaks. And every time we go on a long winning streak, we come on here. I say we still need upgrades, and we get tomatoes. So it's happened.
And then we go into the playoffs and we lose, and everybody's mad.
Then all of a sudden, everybody's mad. So,
we should have won that series.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't have. And the reason we shouldn't win those series are the same reasons why we always ask for upgrades all the time. Like I know we're on a winning streak now, but the season is always going to be like a seesaw, man. It's going to go up and go down. Like when we lose like 3 or 4 straight, I'm not going to be jumping out of the window and say we need to blow up the team either. But now that we're on a winning streak now, I'm not going to say that we don't need an upgrade to win a championship. That is the main goal. It's not to develop Deuce. It's not to develop Sims. It's not get Grimes some more burn to see what he can do. Now we are in the point in time for, like, our roster is setting now. Like, now is the time that we need to get another vet in here to take the pressure off of Jalen Brunson, because we know what happened in the playoffs last year. We still did not. I know we got Dante DiVincenzo, but we still did not fix the problem of having that secondary ball handler like we talked about earlier. So until we get that, then the problem isn't fixed. So I understand how fans think, though. They're always going to say, we don't need this person, we don't need that person. You have to think about when that person actually puts on a Knick uniform and what they can do for our team moving forward, not what they're doing for the team now. So just got to have an open mind. Hopefully, the front office will do something, because as of right now, I do not think we are going to win the championship. So until I feel that way, I will always want to upgrade somewhere.
Even champions upgrade.
Yep.
Yeah. Ajay,
Wouldn't be surprised if Boston makes a move before the deadline to increase their bench.
Yep.
Sherwin, the Knicks are not trading iHeart. There is no way with Mitchell Robinson injured. I don't care what his salary is. If you're not going to sign him, just let him walk in the offseason. But you cannot trade him before. I would prefer just allow him to walk in the offseason than to trade him now in the middle of a run when you're the center who started the season is injured and may or may not come back. How are you going to trade? Like, that's malpractice. So if you're not going to get anything for him, then I would prefer that. Let him play out the season. Don't get anything for him. Then to basically you're just busting up your season. That's basically what you're doing. If you feel like, oh, we're not going to be able to sign him, let's trade him before basically you just busting up your season. Hartenstein, at least defensively, has been one of the best centers in the NBA since January 1st. I mean, come on now. Sorry. Ajay.
Shout out to Sherwood, man. What a take that was. Like, what the?
Well, I mean, y'all got to remember, like, Sherwood said Mitch is his favorite player, so I understand why he says that. You got to think about from his perspective. Like, it makes sense for him because he thinks Mitch is going to come back and he's the starting center. So,
but still, he's not back though. Like, I mean, do you like the team or do you like Mitch? Like, whatever. I agree that we need an upgrade. Definitely, we need an upgrade to relieve, when Jalen Brunson's sitting out. And I understand that everybody's nervous about Deuce McBride, and so am I a little bit. But if we don't make a change, I'm not going to lose sleep over it until we get to the playoffs and get knocked off, because anything can happen. Don't forget, Queen.
I like that though, actually.
Listen, don't forget, these guys like, they've been to the playoffs already. Like, they have some sort of experience. They know what it's like. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, they're not the DeMar DeRozan. They're not the veterans that we're hoping for, but they're not wet behind the ears either, because they've been there a couple of times. They know what it takes. They know what's required, at least.
Who is this you're talking about?
Well, everybody in the team. We know, and I'm not just talking about the three kids. I'm also talking about Julius Randle, that everybody's nervous about the playoffs. This is, I would bet I'm 80% sure that this playoff, if we go to, if Julius Randle's back for the playoffs, he's not gonna bomb out and go in his shell in the playoffs. You're gonna see the regular season Julius Randle playing in the playoffs. So, yeah. And then I'm
here for it. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, we have other guys who've been to the playoffs. This time we have OG Anonuby. Yeah. We have Dante DiVincenzo. Yes. We have other guys. We have a stronger supporting cast this time. So it's not going to be the same thing.
Supporting cast, you mean in the starting lineup?
And on the bench. I mean, those guys could, Tom Thibodeau, he interchanged. Sometimes DiVincenzo run with the bench players with the second unit. So does OG Anonuby. So he, whichever way he works his rotation. So these guys, they've been there. They know what it takes. So it's not the same team.
I don't think anybody is saying it's the same team. My concern is twofold. Not having somebody else that can handle the ball in those non-Brunson minutes. And I'm not just talking about run the team, not just bring the ball over half court. Run the team in the playoffs. Maybe Deuce can, maybe he can't. We don't know. Is that a risk you want to take? Not having a veteran backup point guard going into a postseason where there's an opportunity for you. Milwaukee is not world beaters, in my opinion. Embiid may not be back. He may not be 100. Like, there's an opportunity that you can take advantage of. That's what I'm saying. McBride might shoot lights out. He might not. I just feel like, and I said this last year going into the playoffs, it's tough relying on young players. And if they're leading your bench in scoring, because Hart is not a scorer, where's the scoring coming up off your bench? McBride and Hart? McBride and Grimes, maybe some putbacks from Precious. You understand what I'm saying? I just feel like that's a tough spot to put young players in. If the Knicks are not going to bring in another 1C, as you were talking about, get a scorer off the bench, please. You know, who has some, if not playoff experience, some NBA experience. You know, been in a league a few times, been around the block, have seen a few things. That's all I'm saying.
Who do you have in mind, Queen?
If we're just talking the bench, right? I don't even know. Clarkson is a shoot 'em up. He's a shoot 'em up. He remind me of Quick, right?
I was going to say, just name any good vet that's on a team that's losing.
Yeah, that's true.
Alec Burks.
Yeah.
Geoff, don't start that Burks thing.
Alec Burks is definitely available and does fit that profile. So, unfortunately, I would have to say he would be an upgrade.
Don't get Queen going with that Alec Burks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with Burke. But, you know, can he run a team in the playoffs, though? I mean, he's a combo. Yeah, he is. I mean, I'm good with Burks, but yeah.
Yeah, personally, I wish it would be somebody, you know, better than Burks when it comes to that, but it's better than what we have now is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that won't cost us anything.
Right. Exactly. Nick Yak, you missing the whole conversation. It's not about, can we all get off the not liking players?
Yeah,
it's not personal. It's not personal. Can we just lay that to bed? Oh, why wouldn't I like McBride? I don't even know him. So why wouldn't I like him? Let's put that to bed. Like these personal vendettas. So I don't like McBride, so I'm just gonna say negative things. Like, come on, let's put that to bed. Just because a player is playing well now doesn't mean they're gonna play well in the playoffs. Doesn't mean they won't, but it doesn't mean that they're automatically gonna play well in the playoffs. It's more intense in the playoffs. He's basically a first-year player. This is the first time he's getting significant, if you want to even call this significant run. It's his first time. So you want to go into the playoffs where you have a shot and develop McBride and hope that he can do it. Like you're willing to take that challenge. Just throw him out there. Let him get his season in. No, this is not the playground. We're trying to win a playoff series. So he's been playing very well. He's not orchestrating the team. You know, I mean, he's hitting his shots. Great. He's playing good defense. Great. But in the playoffs and these non-Brunson minutes, you're willing to count on McBride to orchestrate the offense in the playoffs. Nah, I'm not comfortable with that. My preference is to have a veteran point guard. And that's just my preference. But it's not personal. It's all basketball and chip related. Chip related.
You can like Deuce McBride and still want an upgrade at the point guard. Both things could be true.
I'm one of those people. I like him. I don't think he should be playing.
Deuce and Grimes aren't that young. They both played 4 years in college and been in the playoffs. Relax, Paris. Grimes played 4 years in college. Have you seen his season this season? What is that 4 years in college doing for him? And the 2 years in the NBA, and he's still inconsistent. So let's stop. Let's stop. Let's stop with that.
Good luck convincing Knicks fans about letting go of those personal. He don't like him. Listen, you got Julius Randle. I hear 3 times All-Star, selected not by popularity contest, by the people who know basketball, the people who are running the NBA. They 3 times selected him. You still got fans talking about, get rid of him. He's no good. We can't win with him. Good luck trying to get that personal and reality. You know, try to separate those two. Not happening with the fans.
People have a lot of faith in our young guys, man. It's always been like that. I don't know what it is. Neither one of them played 4 years in college, by the way, either. but
Ooh, go ahead.
it is
Go
what
ahead.
it is, man.
Yeah. I appreciate you, Nick Yak. He is playing great. Doesn't mean it's going to translate to the playoffs. That's all we're saying. But I appreciate you. Yeah. Anything else about how the Knicks are playing right now? Because they are playing great. We play the Lakers tomorrow. I don't even know what the schedule looks like next week. I need OG back though. I feel like the Knicks have been getting by, winning these games, putting in a lot of minutes, putting out a lot of effort, and it's been good to see. But how sustainable is it? You know what I mean? Like we need to get at least OG back and Grimes. Is Grimes out tomorrow?
Grimes is out for the Lakers game. I saw.
Oh, he's
Definitely.
already out. Okay.
He's already listed as out, and OG's still questionable. So we don't know if we're going to have him or not. But Grimes is definitely not playing.
Well, at least the schedule is a little bit light when it comes to like the game load. Like I'm looking at the schedule now. We play the Lakers, like you said, but then we don't have a game until Tuesday and Thursday and Saturday. So during the week before our next show on Friday, we're only going to have 3 games. So
Nick Yak in the playoffs. Don't avoid the smoke. McBride, if he's in there and the Knicks don't make it, he better play lights out. Okay? Don't avoid the smoke if he does it. Yeah. I'm sorry, Jerrell. Can you say that again?
now I was just talking about the schedule. We have the Lakers tomorrow, like you said, and then our next game is until Tuesday. We play the Grizzlies, and then we play the Mavericks, and then we play the Pacers next Saturday. So, but before our next show, it would only be 3 games, and they're all at home. Our next 4 games are at home. So
Okay. All right. Okay. Anagro won in the playoffs. Brunson is playing 38. We need 10 minutes of back. A lot can happen. Yeah, okay. I agree.
Mhm.
So what are you saying? It's only 10 minutes, so not a lot of damage can happen in 10 game minutes. We're not talking about clock time. We're talking about game minutes.
That's nearly a quarter. Right?
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Sherman. Agree or disagree? And this is for the chat as well. We need a starter, not a bench player. Wow.
Well,
What does the panel and the chat think about that? And I am going to drop the link. Shout out to Staffer. I appreciate you, Staff, because I do want to hear from the fans. So
well, up until this winning streak, we was all talking about getting a starter. So I'm still on the Murray train if we can get him, especially depending on the price. Obviously, if we don't have to pay that much for him, couple first round picks, we can get him out of here. Because I'm one of those people that know that we're not going to draft all these draft picks. So we either have to make a move before Thursday or make a move this summer, and like a big move, or what are we going to do with those draft picks? Because we're not going to draft those players. So yeah, I'm all for having a starter, maybe having Dante DiVincenzo go back to the bench. But that remains to be seen. We'll see. If we do that, then I'll be happy. Say we get DeRozan, say we get somebody else in here to play the 2 to have Dante for the bench, so then he could be the second ball handler coming off. Yeah, that sounds good. That hasn't changed.
any thoughts about, I talked earlier about how we see Donovan Mitchell playing lights out with the ball in his hands.
Mhm.
Any concern that Murray is a point guard who also plays well with the ball in his hands? Any concerns that playing Brunson off ball some? It wouldn't be some 25% of the time, 40% of the time that decreases his impact on the game?
Nah, not for me, because that might not be like that in the fourth quarter where his greatest impact is felt. In the fourth quarter, you can have the ball in his hand the whole damn fourth quarter if you want to. But then you can have him not on have him off ball, and he can do a lot more resting because in the fourth quarter, we all know that Jalen Brunson is still going to be Jalen Brunson. That's all I really care about is the fourth quarter.
And a better rested Jalen Brunson in the fourth quarter because he hasn't had to carry the load in the first three quarters. It would at least would seem to me to be more effective. If he's got more his legs under him better, he's going to be more finished better with his floater game, with his teardrops, and even with his 3-point shot. And we know he's an efficient shooter anyway, but I think that would help him.
And with his career at Dallas, we've already seen him play off ball successfully, so it can happen.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm having second thoughts. Or not. I love Murray. Listen, the Knicks have done good with the players I want. Brunson, OG,
right?
They've done really well. Bring BI in here, man.
We cook it with gas because that changes things for me too. Like you're right.
But I have thought about that, just given how Donovan Mitchell is playing in Garland's absence. It's just giving me a slight pause, but I'm not mad if the Knicks get Murray. He's one of my I love him. I like Murray. Ajay, any yeah.
Going back to Sherwin's comment.
Going back to Sherwin's question, yeah.
I disagree. I don't think we need a starter.
Mm-hmm.
However, if we get a starter and we put, we have to move DiVincenzo to the bench, that'll work. But we don't need a starter. Okay. And then when you say need a starter, if we can improve at the 2 guard, fine. But what's a starter? If Mikal Bridges becomes available, do we need him?
Oh,
what we trying to, Ajay? What we trying to do here? This is chip talk. This is the chip talk section of the show.
I got you. So
I take him, Ajay. I definitely take him. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I know you take him, but you got it. So who you getting rid of? Anonuby?
No.
Who? He's not a 2.
Who?
Like
he's playing 2 now.
He's playing 2 now.
Yeah, but he's not a 2. Like on our team, you're gonna put him at.
He's playing the 2 now for Brooklyn.
Mikal Bridges? Yeah.
No, he plays the 3 for Brooklyn.
Nah, Cam Johnson plays the 3.
Forward.
Cam Johnson plays the 3. Dorian Finney-Smith, plays the 3 and the 4 for them. So yeah, Bridges been playing the 2, and that's why they have Cam Thomas coming off the bench.
That's like I thought Cam Thomas was the 2, but he comes off the bench. You're right.
Yeah, he comes off the bench. Yeah, so he can play the 2, and it would be an awesome 2.
Oh man, I listen. I appreciate the chat. One of my favorites. Keep Turner, you are one of my favorites. I ain't gonna lie. Dante is better than Murray, hands down.
He's a better shooter.
He's a better shooter.
That's about it.
He's a better shooter. He is a better shooter than Murray. I'm not ready. He's not a better player than Murray. Yeah, he's not a better player, but he's definitely a better shooter. And listen, Josh, aka Uncle Fulio, has said this. There's some other fans who have said this. How much do you want to risk chemistry for fit? Dante DiVincenzo fits like a glove in this starting lineup. Just no doubt about it. And you're getting the shooting on the perimeter, which the Knicks need. We had this type of shooting against Miami. We're in the Eastern Conference Finals with OG on one wing and Devo on the other. It's a tough call. I mean, this is a tough call. This is why the coaches in the front office get paid the big bucks. Do you go with fit? They're rolling right now, and you believe this is going to translate? Or do you feel like people kill me with this too? It's not about stats, Keith Turner. It's not just about stats. You know what I mean? It's about how the team functions as well and what you're able to do with a certain type of player. You understand? It's not just stats. You put Murray in, and I get what you're saying is in terms of fit. I'm not arguing that. I think it's a tough call. And for those who want to stand pat because the fit is great, I'm not mad at you. But it's not just fit. It's in the playoffs having somebody that when Brunson sits down, you don't have to worry about it. That point guard position is right. If Brunson misses a game, you don't have to worry about it. That point guard position is taken care of. You could play both of them on, off the ball. Both of them can handle the rock. Devo brings the ball up, but think about it. In the playoffs, it's pressure. You know what I mean? I've seen McBride and Devo have difficulty bringing the ball up when there's against a ball pressuring guard. Now, if you want to say how many of those are there, okay, fine. But it's more than that. It's the flexibility that another ball, whether it's Murray, whether it's DeRozan, the flexibility having another ball handler, what that does for you. It changes everything. Or it changes a lot.
We've been looking for it for a whole year now, and we haven't gotten it yet. It's the main reason we lost the Heat in the playoffs. We're still looking for it.
All right, listen, Keith Turner. Last year we didn't even win. Before the last season, we hadn't even won a playoff series. Before last season, Randle hadn't won a playoff series. Before last season, I think Brunson won in Dallas. I mean, what are you saying?
The crazy part is we keep on trying to put them against each other. I'm trying to figure out why we can't have both.
Right. Yeah, because Devo is still going to be on the team.
Yeah, you make it seem like he won't still be playing like 25 to 30 minutes. Like he's
right,
still
like we trading one for the other.
Yeah, like they're both going to still be on the team. Like it'd be sometimes that Tibbs might have all three of them out there, depending on the lineup. You know what I'm saying? Like, because both him and both Murray and Dante DiVincenzo can play defense. So I don't see the problem with having both on the team.
Right. Paris Doug, appreciate the super chat. Dante is as good defensively as Murray and explosive. I think Devo's defense is good. He's not a Grimes. He's good. He's a good feisty, defensive player. I'm not taking anything away from him. Let me get to the super chats before I bring in Staffer and Pam, who's in the
nice
in the background.
In the waiting room.
In the waiting room. In the green room.
In the green room. In the green room.
In the green room.
Right.
That's not really green.
That's not really green. Right. Enjoy the bagels. We'll be right with you. JB is the biggest beast in pressure situations now. Appreciate you. Humble down. Anyone see what Elford said about Fizz final days? I have not seen that.
I did see that.
Queen's Silk Sutton, appreciate you. Queen Grimes going to stretch out this injury past the deadline. Watch.
Hold on though. The reason he might be injured might be because he might be on the move. You never know if he's really, really injured like that.
No, that's true.
Knicks have done worse.
We get the Rosen.
Yeah. The art man formerly known as Steve. Keith Turner tripping. I watched the Jonte leader team. Devo, as good as he is a wingman. DJ M is a dog. He fits our dynamic. Devo leads the bench. Mitch comes back. We become a killer.
Yo, that's why you got the best chat in the world, Steph, because he spent $10 to say somebody else from the chat was tripping. So that's love right there. So salute to him.
And you know what? When you talk about wanting changes, I get it. How people will say, well, what are you saying about the person who's there now? Are you saying they're not good? And that's not really, you want to upgrade a team that's won 9 games. So what are you saying about the team? You don't like them. You don't and that's not really it. Let me fix my little banner. Salute to Pam Willis. I appreciate you. Salute to staff for a long time, man. How you guys doing? I'm listening in the background.
What's up? What's going on?
Bless. What's going on, family? It's good to be here in the presence of my friends talking Knicks basketball. Our team is very special at this time right now. I hope everybody is enjoying the moment and just enjoying the team. But I want to throw a rock in the shoe, like Uncle Freezy would say. Right?
Here we go.
I'm sure you wasn't gonna come on the show to make everything all smooth, Stafford.
Oh, you know that. You know that.
We know
But
that.
you
So,
know, but per sources, Ian Begley, per sources, Ian Begley, because I want to make sure everybody know I'm getting my source from.
mhm.
I heard everybody talking about trades, but don't be surprised if the Knicks don't make a move because people in the organization are saying that how they like the team and they might stay pat. So we might be looking for a trade come February the 8th. Don't be surprised if we don't make a move, but don't be surprised if we get somebody off of the buyout market that is more valuable than us giving up assets for trades. So I just want to put that out there. Don't be disappointed.
I wouldn't be surprised if they don't make. In fact, I expect them to not make any major moves. I mean, that's if we follow the front office, they've always been super conservative, and I don't expect that to change all of a sudden.
But let me ask you a question, Staffer,
Uh-huh.
and to the panel. I heard a little bit of what you said. They don't want to spend the assets. If the team is as good as we think they are, what are you saving the assets for? So, are you telling me is the front office saying that they don't think they think this team needs a lot, so we need to keep our assets because we need a star, or do you think there's because to me I feel like if you think you got it and you feel like this is your team, do you make some upgrades around around the outside? Maybe they're not a believer that this team right now is a championship contending team.
Well, the way how I look at it, right, Queen, if we don't make a move, that means that they like the team and we're moving forward with the team. But as far as the assets, we can't say we can't make the big splash in the summertime and give up the assets.
But that's my
Everything
question. Do we
that
need a big splash?
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It don't have to come right now through the trade deadline. It could be during the summer, right, or during the draft where we give up a lot of picks or whoever it may be and get a player.
My
You
question
know,
is, do you think we need a big splash? That's the question I'm asking.
do we think we need a big splash?
Do you think we need an all-star at this point? Not an all-star like superstar or whatever.
Bridges.
We got our stars, man. We got our stars. Let me just put that out there, man. We got our stars. We got two all stars. We just need a few little tits and tats around the edges, around the corner,
Mm.
for us to be legit, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't want nobody mad. This is just me. If you want, we could go ahead and upgrade the two guard. I have no problem with upgrading the two guard. If you want to go get a ball handler behind Jalen Brunson, I have no problem with doing that. But all I'm saying, come trading deadline, if Leon Rose do not make a move in at the trading deadline, do not be upset because it maybe could be something coming in the summer or in the buyout.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I got you. Salute, sis. How you doing?
I'm doing great, doing great. Glad to be here. Glad to be here. Said I felt the leak. Oh, so I'm with him too because it's like if they don't do a big move, I'm not really upset because I don't want to interrupt the apple cart because they're smooth. They're doing smooth. I mean, if they want to add a backup point guard or a backup shooting guard or whatever, I'm fine with it. But it's watchable now. You know, you can sit there and watch, and you ain't
Right.
gotta sit up there and act like you're gonna throw something at your TV because they playing crazy. I was like, they weren't getting no calls, and they kept getting up and going back, and I was like, oh, now this is the team I can ride with. So that's it. Yep.
All right. So you're okay with where the Knicks are right
I'm
now?
Good. I'm good right now.
Okay.
Queen,
All right.
you gotta realize, you put yourself in the front office place, right? You know how they see this. They look at this as, they just added 3 players, to the team, right? Granted, Malachi Flynn doesn't do much. He doesn't get a lot of playing time, but Precious Achua and OG Anonuby, in their minds, meaning the front office minds, these guys, it can only get better from here because they just getting here.
Mm-hmm.
And they're thinking they just got here. They don't even know the system. They're not used. There's no chemistry. Look at what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Give us another 6-8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They think these guys are going to be like 10 times better once they understand Thibodeau's system. Once they, once they build some sort of chemistry with the guys that were already here. So they don't necessarily feel like they need to add anything. Like if something comes along on the buyout market, like a little backup just to beef up the team, the rotation, they'll do that. But I don't think they're going to go out and go crazy and do anything, not now.
Well, I think that y'all want to make these mega trades like we contenders right now. Well, and that's, I think, where the divide is. A lot of the fan base is like, we're not contenders. Just enjoy it for what it is. We don't need to make any changes.
Yep.
And there's some of us who said, okay, we're not contenders, but we could be. You know what I mean?
Made a trade.
If we made a trade, we
Right.
could be contenders, kind of seeing a path through Milwaukee, Philly's injured, Boston's weak bench. We could be contenders, Keith. That's the problem. So I hear what you're saying. We're not contenders, so why you want to upgrade anything? What we're saying is we could be contenders if we upgrade something, and I think that's where the divide is. With the
And just reading an article today from NBA Central, and I seen other entities also had it too.
Mm-hmm.
If we was to make a trade in a big, let's just say we do get a mega trade, right? I heard the best landing spot for Jimmy Butler is the Knicks.
He's unrestricted.
Right now, they talking about. I didn't check. I didn't check the if he was a restricted or not. But from last night to this morning, just reading through articles, Jimmy Butler is the favorite to land to New York if he was to be traded. So if you're looking at mega trades,
You think Miami's going to trade Butler to the? I would be shocked. But
Nah,
stranger
yeah,
things have
nah.
happened. Stranger things have happened.
Jimmy had
exactly. But this is the funny thing about it, Queen. We have the best assets of all 30 teams. All 30 teams. No, none of them can see us probably except Oklahoma. So if we want to go after Jimmy Butler, we can. But it's just, as you said, that's if Mr. Pat Riley is willing to
Exactly.
negotiate with us.
Correct.
Jimmy.
But if we talking mega trades, but I don't see, in my personal opinion, that happening.
Right.
Just the way how Ian Begley expression when he says certain people in the organization want to stay pat and they like how the team is functioning. I don't know, and then with the whole Julius Randle injury, and it's just being a month time that the guys that we did make the trade for could hold it down by the time he get back and everybody is healthy, and we could see where we could go from there. Now, when we reach the off season, that's where we see if any type of upgrade might be willing to happen. But and then what do y'all think about Kyle Lowry if he was to get off in the buyout market?
Yeah, we talked
He's
about
still
him
on the
last.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, we
Oh,
talked
y'all
about him
spoke
last
about
week.
that.
I'm
Oh,
okay. I'm okay with Kyle. We're talking about 10, 12 minutes a game. I would love a veteran point guard in those 10, 12 minutes, whatever it is, behind Brunson.
Now that Embiid is hurt, I don't think Kyle Lowry is probably going to Philly. I don't like Embiid got torn meniscus. I don't think he's going to play for the rest of the season. I think he's done.
That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Jimmy Butler, he has 3 years left on his deal, including this year though. So he has 2 more after this year. He'll be 35, making 48.7, and then he has a player option in 25, 26. He'll be 36, making 52. So I don't think we're going to get him.
We're not gonna get him.
I don't see that, to be honest.
Queen, I want to listen. So with Julius Randle's injury, most people think that, or most organization you feel that they should run out and try to get another power forward, right? Somebody like another big, just in case, right? If you follow that front office, that's the one thing they're not gonna do. They don't make panic moves. You realize that? If something happens, that was already on the docket. They're not gonna go out and fabricate a deal because Julius Randle got hurt. They don't do like in all the time they've never pulled panic moves. So
that's true.
Yeah, they not.
But why would that be a panic if your power forward goes down and you try to get some sort of replacement? That's considered a panic move?
Yes.
Wow.
Because they're not gonna do anything that they weren't already planning on doing.
Well, then I have a problem with that because things change all the time in a season. I mean, I'm not saying you got to go out and replace Randle with another superstar. You know what I mean? But I mean, like, come on. If he can't go for a significant period of time, you got Achua and Sims. Come on.
Queen, over the summer, right? It was critical to get a power forward, especially when we knew Julius Randle was having surgery. So we didn't know how he's going to come back, right? Did they get a power forward?
But they knew he was coming back, and it was just a matter of him getting into form.
Yeah, but you didn't know how he's going to get into form. You don't know that after injury, after surgery. Like the prudent thing would have been to actually go and get a power forward, just in case Julius Randle, you got to put minutes restriction or stuff like that on him. They didn't do that. They don't do that. I'm just saying they don't make those moves unless they planned.
Okay. All right, let's Paris Douglas. So why is Atlanta losing with that roster with Murray? So it's Murray's fault that Atlanta is losing.
They won tonight.
Different roster, different coach, different everything.
I mean, come on, Paris. You're gonna pin that on one person? When the Knicks was losing, when we had Randle and RJ under Fizz, was that Randle's fault? I mean, come on, and yeah, relax. Let me relax. Actually, Ricardo, let me relax.
Paris Doug, it gets you all worked up over here, man.
I mean, because the logic of it, I mean, I get it. I get it. He's been there 2 years. He's not the focal point of the team. He's a part of it. Panel, do you guys think Malachi Flynn can be that ball handler? Burks, Clarkson, or DeRozan? If not, don't want to fool with this team's chemistry. Listen, I'm okay with taking it because listen, are we winning because of chemistry or are we winning because we're a good team? Like it's almost like we hot, we hot. We don't want anything. I think it's more than being hot. So I'm okay. We have to incorporate a player and it takes us some time to, get our footing again. I'm okay with that. if in the long run we're going to be a better team, I'm okay with it. I don't think Malachi Flynn is that boy. But what do you guys think?
Hell no. Absolutely not.
A situational player, man, like the other night. Come in, give us 5 good 6 minutes.
Right.
You know what I mean? Play good defense. If he could make a shot, he make a shot.
Yeah.
But man, you know, but Manaka Flynn is not it. I agree.
I don't know enough about him, so
He's a
I mean, he
third.
was a good player out of
But
I think it
that
was
tells you everything you need to know.
Diego?
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jerrell.
I was going to say, like, he's a third to fourth string point guard in the NBA.
Yeah.
He's that. The matter of fact, coming out of college, I actually surprised that he actually lasted this long in the league. To be honest.
Yeah. The art man, formerly known as Steve, what Knicks can't do is be complacent. This 9-game win streak is great, and remember, we had an 8-9 win streak, 8 or 9 game win streak when we signed Josh Hart after last season, and we were having these same conversations then.
Yep.
But the goal is to dominate in the playoffs. If someone is out there that helps the overall goal, you have to make that move.
I agree.
Donald DiMaselli, even though this is not a super chat, but we respect you, so we're gonna put this up there. Not contenders. What the whatever. Ain't no real Knick fans think that. Oh, so now yeah, all right. I need a little spliff or something. That's just come. That's just come.
Y'all can have smoke up here getting on her nerves, yo. That's crazy.
Steph with
Queen
15.
asking for a spliff.
About to say, Staff about to mail that to you right now. Mail me one too.
Federal Express, right? Steph with 15-2 with 9 straight in third place in the East. What the hell is that if not contenders? Okay, all right, all right. Anybody have any thoughts on
Jerrell?
that?
Not FedEx. Can you DoorDash that over to Queen?
That'd be all right.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Maybe we are. We'll go around on the panel. We'll ask that question. Paris Duggar, fans make plans, and Garn and Brunson laugh. Brunson is calling the shots on who will be playing with him. Now it is being said Hemi could be traded. Yeah. All right. Let's wait for it. I have a hard time seeing Miami trading Butler here, but anything is anything is possible.
Let's not pray on it. Let's not. He's gonna send us a sign. He's gonna give us a letter saying, "Nope, can't do."
Right. X Productions. Yeah, listen, I'm interested. I'm interested in what the chat has to say. X Productions. I think we are contenders because we are 1 game out of 7. So contenders is about roster, regular season record. Like I remember, and we talked about this. Boston, was it 3 years ago? Struggled out the gate. I think after the All-Star break or second half of the season, got themselves together, and in the playoffs, went on a run. And Tatum and Brunson, Brown really grew up, in that playoff run, and ever since then, they were contenders. So are contenders made in the regular season based on roster, or are they made in the playoffs or the playoffs? Like what's your thoughts? And do you think the Knicks are contenders right now?
I mean, what kind of contenders, Queen?
Champion. It's only one championship.
Okay.
Championship contention.
I feel like we are
almost
very close,
right there. And I feel like this team can go on a run in the playoffs, like Miami went on a run, like Atlanta went on a run a few years ago. I do think the Knicks can go on a run.
Is there any such thing as an Eastern Conference Finals contender? Because that's what I feel that we are. I don't think we are championship contender, but I feel what you're saying, Queen, that we could make a run, and I feel we could make a run to the ECF. But I don't think we could have. I don't think we are a championship team, but I think we are an ECF contender.
Okay.
That's just me.
Okay.
I think there's two different levels. I think there's a team that has a puncher's chance, which is what we are. You know what I mean? You get in there and you hit him with the right hook, and you suddenly you the champion. But then there's also anything can happen. The circumstances, everything breaks right, and you go. And then, but I think there's another level than that, and that's like you're better than a puncher's chance. You like Boston and Denver are legit NBA contenders. Denver, because they're the defending champions, they just have all the pieces. You know that they've done it, so you know they can do it again. I think that's one of the reasons why Milwaukee is considered contenders, because Giannis has a championship under his belt. Middleton has a championship under his belt. Dame doesn't, but Dame has playoff pedigree. We've seen him make big plays in playoff series, so I think that lends credibility. Brook Lopez has been in a lot of playoff games. So you have that experience, that championship pedigree, that level to your game where you're comfortable in those situations, and you're, you know, and I don't know that we're there yet. And I think that there's nothing wrong with giving us another boost in that direction. I mean, so if we have a puncher's chance now and we upgrade the roster slightly, maybe we move a step closer to that. And then this off season, then we make that final step where we are, you know, legitimate, recognized, everybody understands this team is a contender. Because I think, first of all, this team's got to get healthy. In other words, we don't even know what the set. We don't even know if Julius Randle's going to play again this year. Like, he's going to be reevaluated in 3 weeks, and we think that's good news. But if the rehab doesn't go well in 3 weeks, they may say, you've got to have surgery. You're done for the season. Well, where does that put us then? Right. And so there's two, and for that reason, there's too many question marks to say, yes, we're definitely legitimate contenders, even though we've won 9 in a row and we're playing great. We're 15-2. We're on an awesome run. I'm thrilled. They're fun to watch. They're a great team in the regular season, but there's a difference between being a great team in the regular season and a great team in the postseason. And the only time you really know that you're a great team in the postseason is when you win postseason series. And I say multiple series, not just make it to the second round, but make it a deep playoff run where you get to the finals, where you get to, you know, at least the Eastern Conference Finals. Until you've been to the Eastern Conference Finals, I don't think you can really consider yourself a legitimate, solid contender. And we haven't been there yet. We can dream about that. We can see. Like you don't have to do a lot of convincing to me to say that this team could, if they get healthy, could definitely do that. But until they get there, I don't. And since they've never been there, right? It's really impossible to say that that's what they are. Like, Boston has been there and they upgraded their roster, so we know that they're there. You know, Phoenix has guys like Kevin Durant, who's been there before. We know he can do it. We know what he can do. I mean, he has championships under his belt. So, you know, Oklahoma City's got a great young team. I don't know that anybody considers them a championship contender yet. Not that they're not talented, not that if things break for them that they couldn't go really far, but they're a young team. They haven't done it yet. They haven't shown it yet. And so until you show that you can get into the crucible of the playoffs and go through the fire and come out, you know, as gold, then you know, all of it's hot air until then. I think you've got, you've got to show and prove before you can legitimately say, oh, championship contender, when you're talking about a team that hasn't gotten out of the second round of the playoffs yet.
Is it fair? Is it fair, Geoff, to say we shall see?
Absolutely, it's fair to say.
We shall see if we're championship contenders. If we go into this playoff series healthy, we shall see. Is that fair?
We have the potential. That's the key word. We have the potential to be championship contenders. That is what I will say. But having potential and realizing that potential are vastly different things.
Okay. Anybody else want to comment?
I mean, look, even if he wasn't to make it to the ECF, that doesn't say, as what Geoff said, we didn't have potential. But I feel like, Geoff, I think that even if we do make a run and we do make it, it was meant to be, because it's not like these other teams like Milwaukee and Boston, who has made these trades, mega trades, to win it all this year. Those are the teams that have pressure on them. You know what I mean? So even if we said that we are Eastern Conference title contenders and we do make it, you know what I mean? It's a great accomplishment, right? But but Boston and Milwaukee, they are built to win it. Those are the teams that win and make the mega trades. Those are the ones where you say, well, yeah, those are the title contenders. But for us, we still have time on top of it, even though you say we have potential. So I mean, it could be a right or wrong answer, Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see us in the playoffs before I make my determination.
But let me ask you this, right? Going into the season, just on paper, could you tell that Boston and Milwaukee was a title contender team before you seen them play?
Coming into this season?
Yes.
Absolutely. Because if you're a title contender the year before, unless you make some major changes and you lose players, then yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this, right? Because we just said that how it could go both ways, right? It could be good, it could be bad. So even like how we made that splash with OG, right? And bringing in Precious. And let's just say Randle wasn't banged up.
Are we counting Precious though?
I mean, why not? Because he's contributing.
Okay.
Even Jerrell don't like my boy Sims. Every little point he did, big block, 4 points, he still did something to contribute. You feel me?
Stafford.
Hold on, Andrew. Let me finish. Right? See, you still wouldn't think so that we can even be a potential to be in the ECF with all the changes and the way how we playing? No, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I know you wouldn't say that.
Yeah. I believe the Knicks can make it to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Okay.
I believe the Knicks have a puncher's chance of making it to the finals, as Geoff said. I want more than a puncher's chance. That's all I'm saying. I want to be able to look at that roster and be able to say, other than Brunson and Randle, we got a number 3 that can get a bucket if we need to.
Okay.
If we need it. I want to look at my team and look at the bench and be like, yeah, I like this bench. Instead of looking at it now and saying our bench is being led by 2 young players who are going to be going into the fire in the playoffs. You understand what I'm trying to say? So
I get you.
if everything break right, yes, where McBride and Grimes play lights out. Precious plays lights out. Randle is healthy. The Randle we see in the regular season is the Randle that's in the playoffs. Then hell yeah, yes, the Knicks are gonna go to the finals. But my thing is, I'm not very confident in McBride and Grimes carrying our second unit offensively because of their youth. Can they do it? Sure, of course. But if I had to play the percentages, I wouldn't put my money on that. That's all I'm saying when I'm talking
And I
about.
feel that's where the problem lie in with you, those two young guys. I don't think you feel like they, as you said, they experience enough or have the cachet to carry the second unit in playoffs. I feel like if we had some veterans behind there, you probably would be more comfortable. Am I right?
I would, yeah. I would. But I'm not down on the Knicks. I'm not saying the Knicks can't make it to the Eastern Conference Final. I'm not saying any of that. I just want to be able to look up the roster and say we built for it. Not like we can do it if everything break right. No. The roster is constructed in a way where we are built for that.
Right.
That's all I want. Keep turning.
Adrian, you're about to say something?
I'm asking for a lot.
No,
a veteran on the bench. Go ahead.
Stafford, no, you were talking about Jerrell saying he doesn't like Jericho Sim. I just want to make a correction. He actually likes him. He just doesn't think he belongs in the league.
Yeah, I hope he enjoys his weekend. Like I hope he's having a great night tonight, Stafford. Like I don't have no problem.
No. Oh boy, why you had to go wake him up, man?
I don't.
I'm chilling.
Shout out to Coach.
Right, Jerrell?
Coach says we are built right. We are too deep at all positions. Coach, what do you when you say too deep? What do you think? Because we have a player there that's too deep? Like for me,
if that's the case, every team is like 3 deep. We have 15 players, 3 at every position.
I mean, all right, I hear you. I hear you, Coach. Sim has been good in his spot minutes. Absolutely, he's been okay. Oh, now we talking. You know what I mean? We can get Marcus Smart up in here.
Let's see. Now
the thing with Marcus though, his shooting is off and on. But
true. Isn't Marcus hurt?
Yeah, he is.
He is hurt. You're right.
Is he? What's the injury? You know?
I don't know what the injury is, but his contract though. If his contract was a little better, because he's one of the guys that also came up in trade talks too, and it's because of his contract.
I don't know what his contract's like, but at this point, I would take an injured player for Evan Fournier at this point.
Right now, Marcus Smart is this year he's making 18.5, next year 19.6, 21.3 after that. He's not a free agent until 2026.
Yeah.
So, I get
it. We're not getting him. That front office not
the contract alone, yeah.
Too many years. I don't see it.
Yeah. I don't see it either. I
would trust me, I would love him, but
I think we brought Kyle Lowry up earlier. I think he is a good fit for us coming off the bench. Like we don't need that many minutes from him.
And he's a ball handler.
Yep.
And it's from Villanova.
Championship experience. Played with OG when he won the championship. So it's familiarity there. And Precious. So
that would be a nice fit. That would be a nice fit.
And given that Embiid is hurt, maybe he'll be less inclined, as someone mentioned earlier, to sign there.
Right. We're not.
What they say he already going to Philly?
Nah, but that was just like he's from Philly, so.
Oh, okay.
For them, they was in second place, Embiid is having another MVP caliber season, it would totally make sense for him to sign with Philly if that was the case.
Right. But who is their second ball handler over there besides Maxey?
They got it's like
They're gonna need it. I think they was playing Springer. No, Pat Bev.
Pat Bev, yeah.
Yes.
That's one person we could have
Nah,
chosen.
I don't think I don't think unless they release Pat Bev, I don't know.
Like that's somebody I would like to see what his contract look like. Because now that Embiid is hurt, they might be sellers. I don't know.
Lowry hurt us in the playoffs. Lowry was tough in the playoffs, and he wouldn't even play. I don't anticipate him playing as many minutes for us as he played for Miami last year in the playoffs. He was tough. I mean, you could talk about his lateral quickness, but in the playoffs also, they allow you could be a bit more physical because I thought he fouled a lot.
Yes, he did.
And they allowed him to be physical, and I think that kind of made up for his lack of lateral quickness or whatever you want to call it. So I definitely think
and he
made it difficult for us.
Yeah, he was hitting the big three sometimes when it matters,
Yep.
Pat Bev is on a 1-year contract. It's just this year there's only $3 million. So he would actually be perfect.
Can't shoot though.
Who can't shoot?
Pat Bev. Let me look up
his 3-point shooting has gotten better over the years.
It's not as bad as it used to be.
They're not gonna buy him out and allow him to sign with another Eastern Conference. Well, unless they're sellers, you're right, and they want to get some draft capital for him.
Queen, keep turning. I have a question for you.
Oh, he does? Okay. Where is it? Queen, I have to ask what trade is out there right now that would put us over the top as championship could. It may not be one trade that's going to put us over the top. Step by step, piece by piece. What's the next step? It may not be, you're right, it may not be one player available right now that's going to put us over the top. But who can make us better?
That I do like, Queen, and I think, I know we hadn't got to this yet, but with that whole Clutch Sports kiss and make nice session.
Yes, we could actually segue into that.
Well, I think, isn't Malcolm Brogdon a Clutch Sports client? I'm pretty sure that he is. So people are talking about LeBron and DeJounte and the kid Levine in Chicago. What if it's for Malcolm Brogdon? I think, what if you can get Malcolm Brogdon for Fournier and one of those protected first rounders? I don't know if that'll get it done or not, but you're talking about a Portland team that's not using him. You're talking about a guy who could come in and run our second unit. He can play on ball. He can play off ball. He's instant offense off the bench. He won Sixth Man of the Year last year. He would fit into that role precisely. He has a lot of versatility with the players that we already have. I think he checks a lot of the boxes. And to me, in my mind, it's not about LeBron. It's not about these other, at least not for this year. But for this year, it may be about let's mend fences. Because it's even been said, Ian Begley even reported there hasn't been a lot of talk on that front. Well, maybe there hasn't been a lot of talk on that front because of that rift. And maybe if they repaired that now, if there's an understanding, maybe they can bridge that gap and make that happen.
Well, let's add some context for those who don't know. So apparently Leon Rose and maybe others met with representatives from Clutch Sport. I believe Rich Paul was part of that meeting. And apparently they buried the hatchet or whatever the conflict was between the two. And that now, the air has been cleared. And they're willing to work with each other going forward. What does that mean? So to Geoff's point, you've been hearing that, that can now clear the way for a trade for Levine, which I don't think the Knicks are going to do. That can clear the way for a trade for Murray. And, as Geoff just brought up, Malcolm Brogdon is clutch. Maybe that clears the way for Malcolm Brogdon. And also part of the article I read was LeBron and Geoff, I don't know if Jerrell, you can check this. I believe has a player option, or he can opt out of his contract. And so there was thoughts that in the offseason, LeBron might, force a trade to the Knicks. The Knicks don't have cap space to sign someone in free agency, so it would need to be a trade. But that would happen in the offseason. I'm okay with Brogdon. My question is he the same player defensively? Is he still a good defensive player, I should say?
Malcolm Brogdon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is. Okay.
I'd say he's about average. I'm not, I don't think he's a better defender than Deuce right now, but he does everything else better.
Oh, right.
Yeah. What about his injury history? We don't,
Well, he's played.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Malcolm Brogdon's stats right now. He's played 38 games this year so far, and he's averaging 16 points, 41% from three. So yeah.
And last season he wasn't really hurt. Like he might have missed a couple of games here and there, but he was pretty.
How many games did he play last year, Jerrell?
67.
67.
And he won the Sixth Man of the Year. He won the Sixth Man of the Year with probably worse stats I wouldn't say worse, but his stats are pretty much on par with they were last year.
Right now?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And they're on par with one Emmanuel Quickly, which is one of the things that we've been missing since we sent him to Toronto. And so to me, yes, is there a little bit of an injury history there? But yeah, look, there's no such thing as a perfect player out there. But if he's relatively healthy and if you're going to make the trade, you're going to have a physical anyway, right? If he doesn't pass the physical, you don't make the trade. But if he passes the physical and he looks like he's all right, he fills that role that OG doesn't really do. Like OG brings a lot of different things to the table, but that's something that we lost in that trade that we hadn't really brought back. And Brogdon fills that role. He fills that gap. He gives you flexibility. You can rest Brunson a little bit. You don't have to play Brunson 40 minutes a night. You can give, and guess what? If he misses a game or two, if God forbid he gets hurt or he gets in foul trouble, you can bring in Brogdon and you can not literally miss too many beats, right? So yeah, does he have an injury history? He does, but if that's the only risk that we're talking about with Brogdon, I think that it's worth because I don't think the price is going to be really high to get him. And especially if all we're really giving up is a pick that we weren't going to use anyway, as Jerrell rightly pointed out.
That's right. And 18 million that's sitting on the bench ain't doing nothing anyway. So, hey.
That's true.
Yeah. 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 I mean, I can't say that I'm like super excited about Brogdon, but you're right in terms of what he can do for us. Pretty much along the same lines what we were talking about with Murray and what we were talking about last week with D'Angelo Russell. So yeah.
I mean, there's everything that we want right now. A ball handler, somebody that's good on defense and could occasionally hit the three, and then most importantly, give Brunson a rest. So I mean, listen, if he was to get Brogdon, I'm not mad at all.
Yeah.
It's just another piece, hopefully, to this puzzle that we could get somewhere further in the playoffs, and that's what we're trying to do. So I mean,
shout out. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Shout out to Paris Duggar. It's come to Brunson versus Tatum, Donovan, or Giannis. Sherwin, Deuce can handle the ball just as well as Kyle, but Sherwin, do you think it's just about handling the ball going into the playoffs? Do you think it's also about playoff experience,
Yeah.
being tried and being tested, being able to run a team in the playoffs in terms of what we need and when we need it, or do you think it's just about being able to handle the ball? I'm just curious what you think about
That's right.
that.
I'm about to say,
Coach Murray is the Murray is the next step, but this is the question I have for you, Coach, and we talked about this earlier. Donovan, can Brunson be just as effective playing off ball? If he plays 30%, I was going to say of the snaps, if he plays 30% of the time or 40% of the time off ball, will he be just as effective overall? And I know Jerrell said he doesn't worry about that because as long as he have the ball in his hand in the fourth quarter, we're going to be good.
mhm.
And what's bringing me pause, as I said earlier, is with Garland out, you're really getting to see the best of Donovan Mitchell right now, what he's been able to do with that team, with Garland and Mobley out. We see
Queen,
what
you know
Brunson.
they came back, right?
Yes. We
Oh,
know
okay.
what Brunson is doing with the ball in his hands. Do you think he'll be just as effective playing sometime off the ball? Just curious. Your thoughts.
Real quick stuff before we
Yeah.
get off Malcolm Brogdon. I'm actually
Uh-huh.
watching their game now too. Malcolm Brogdon got like 11, 8, and 6 this game.
Wow.
He's
So
a good rebounder, and he would definitely organize that second unit, and we definitely
Who
need
they
some
playing right
organization.
now?
Denver,
Okay.
and it's late in the fourth quarter. It's like 2 minutes left or less than 2 minutes left, and Denver's up. But Malcolm, just to give you a real quick Malcolm Brogdon,
Right.
you know,
What do you think about the fact that when he was here, when we played Portland, he ain't seemed like he was trying to audition though? Or do you think he was just having a he was just having a bad game?
Because he
Yeah,
don't want to.
right.
That's because he don't want to be here. And to Ron, shout out to Ron, still Knicks fan. Like he says, Brogdon wasn't happy in Boston. Have you seen? Have you seen that man's face? Is he ever happy? Like his facial expression is always the same
That
way
is true.
every time. How can you tell he was happy or he wasn't?
Right.
Yeah, but he definitely was not trying to audition for us, man. He didn't want nothing to do with that.
I don't know if he wants to. I don't know if he want to be here. I don't know.
If he don't want to be here, we can get somebody else.
They'd
But
rather
if he
be in
does want to
Portland
be
than
here,
miss the playoffs.
some people weird, Jeff. Can't judge him.
Yeah.
Well, we can judge him, but
You're right. You're right.
We will judge him.
Yeah, we will judge him.
That's all right. You don't want to put on that jersey. It's okay. It's a tough jersey to get in and play well.
Mega say he stated that he's what? Happy, being appreciated and wanted in Portland by his team and coach. Okay.
Well, he a vet. He's supposed to say that. He ain't gonna come out and say I want to be traded to the public. Not gonna do that. He don't believe that himself, probably.
if he gets a get out of jail free card and gets to play on a top 3 seed in the Eastern Conference, he'll be doing a tap dance out of that building to get to Madison Square Garden.
And if he didn't, I wouldn't want him anyway, to be honest. If putting
For
that,
sure.
why would I want him?
But we have player scouts that they're gonna be able to judge that. We have people in our front office that's what they do. They talk to players around the league. They talk to the families. They talk to his agents. So if they make a deal for this guy, they're going to know the answer to that question ahead of time.
Correct.
I agree.
That is correct. Yeah, they would have done their homework. Yeah, no doubt about it. Alberto Ramos, will the panel get mad if the Knicks don't do anything through the trading deadline? Mad is kind of strong, but I would be a little upset. Like, what are you trying to do? Like,
they stand pat. The same thing. That was the first question I asked when I came in. Well, pertaining to.
Well, I would. This.
Mm-hmm.
To me, what that says is that the right deal didn't come along. And that's okay. Like, I want them to make a move, to upgrade the team, but I don't want him to make a move just to make a move. I don't
Yeah.
Well,
want
you
to
don't
make
have
him
to
a
worry
move.
about that.
Yeah, they
Right. And I understand it, but I also,
Don't
you
worry
know,
about
so and I, like I said, there's a definite need there, but I don't think it's sleeping Leon Rose like the meme, right? I think that this team is, by all accounts, they're actively engaged in talks on Bruce Brown. They've talked about a lot of different, not that I'm a big Bruce Brown fan, but I'm just saying
Yes.
him and Clarkson and several of these other players that they've talked about. So to me, I mean, look, it takes two teams to deal, right? And so, you know, sometimes you may want to make a move, but you don't have the pieces that the other team wants. Well, if that's the case, then you can't. I mean, you can be mad at them, but, you know, if they don't want to accept your trade, then what are you going to do? Pretty please beg them? I mean, you know, that's not how the game works, right? It's got to be two teams that mutually say, like, yes, I want to do this, and it makes sense for me, and it makes sense for you as well to make that happen. And so I think the front office recognizes that they need more reinforcements. And especially, I think, keep an eye on the Grimes injury, because I think if he's going to be out an extended period of time, I think that puts a lot of pressure on us to bring in somebody else, because I don't think Malachi Flynn is it, and I don't think they just want to rely on Deuce. That makes the rotation really, really short.
What do you
How
think?
long is a sprained knee?
It could
Anyone
be
know?
a sprained knee. Could be anything, to be honest. You could be out a whole month with a sprained knee.
Okay.
Like, it just depends on the person. Like,
and the severity of the sprain.
Because he came back in the second half. That's the thing. That's the puzzling thing to me. You still came back in the second half, played, but then you sat out the next couple of games. It's just me. That's
right. Pam, your thoughts? Would you get mad if the Knicks didn't do anything at the trade deadline?
No, just like Geoff said, is like if the right trade came through, I believe they would do it. You know, there's a whole bunch of strings, and just because they have cleared the air doesn't mean that there's that they're willing to trade now as to oppose next year, you know, whatnot.
Yeah.
Just remember, when they clear in the air, me personally, when they said they cleared the air, is because their clients came to them and says, y'all better fix this so we can move to where we want to go. And
right.
not where you want to send me, you know what I mean? So the Knicks are coming back. So, you know, they cleared the air because people are probably saying now, look, we want to go over there. They playing really well. You know how it is.
Right.
So
that's a very good point. That is, you know, Clutch did that on their own, or was the players like, nah, you're gonna have to fix this because they're playing well, and I want that to be an option for me. That's a great point, actually.
Right.
Facts. Hit that like button. We got 221 people watching. Only 85 likes. Y'all hit that AJ button. Don't let RJ get on y'all now. Don't let me sit AJ on y'all now.
We got 109 likes, but you know, we're still short. I mean, out of 217 watches, man. Come on. We shouldn't have to ask.
Thank y'all for sharing your Friday with us. That's awesome that we have so many people.
Definitely. I agree with you, Keith Turner. If you don't have an opportunity to trade Fournier, like, it's no rush. You know, he has a team option. Just pick it up, go into next season, or, you know, and trade him in the off season or next season. You can't lose the asset.
And they won't.
And they won't.
They won't. That's not how they operate. They don't.
And just like how I said earlier, I think that could be the plan too. You pick up his option and put him in a big trade in the off seasons for whoever we plan to do, whoever we're trying to get. Mm-hmm. If we don't make a big splash come February the 8th.
Right.
And as I said earlier, as the guy also put in the question, as I said, I wouldn't be mad if we don't do anything, you know.
I wouldn't be mad. I just feel like it's a lost opportunity, even if it's just to make an upgrade on the bench. I just feel like it's a lost opportunity because the East is, I don't know if I want to say wide open, but
No, but
it's
Queen, you
open.
have to remember the buyout too, you know. And I mentioned that too. We could also get something on the buyout market also too. So it doesn't have to be the trade deadline. It could also be the buyout market
Mhm.
that we pick up somebody also too. A ball handler. You're gonna have some vet that a team ain't gonna want besides Kyle Lowry, some other vet, and we could pick them up too, and it could be a nice addition. So that's what I'm saying. The it doesn't have to be the trade. It could be offered the market also too. So don't be too down. You know what I mean? Mad is a strong word to say, but don't be too down if we make that move for a trade.
Huh.
There's always that
Yeah.
buyout market.
Rebuild NYK. I'm kind of with you. Obviously you don't want to use up all your flexibility just in case it might be available, but at some point the Knicks have to make a decision. You know, they have to make a decision. Um,
But also one other thing, Staffa, you did mention Ian Begley earlier, and he did say that in his reporting. But then when Macri asked him if he thought the Knicks were going to make a deal before the deadline, his answer was yes. So
You say he doesn't want. You don't want to make assumptions that it could happen, but they could stand pat. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're
yeah,
right.
I just feel it's an opportunity. That's all. That's all. I just feel it's an opportunity. I think a lot of it though has to do with Randall's health. If they find out Randall is not, going to come back for the season, because remember he's rehabbing now and he's going to be reevaluated in 2 to 3 weeks, right? So he could get reevaluated and they decide that, the rehab wasn't going well. We're going to shut him down. He's going to have surgery. I mean, that's worse. That's the worst case scenario. And in a situation like that, how aggressive are you going to be?
the
Well,
trade deadline will
actually,
pass by
yeah,
then.
you're
It's
right. You're right.
Thursday.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. The trade deadline is going to be over.
And a person like Randall, I was reading today that Tom Thibodeau, so he said he feels sorry for the trainers that's going to be having Randall, do the rehab because he's going to be so upbeat and so ready to
Mhm.
go. So, look, if he could come out there with a speedy recovery and feeling good and get back into the mix, I'm like Kevin Garnett, anything is possible,
Right.
you
Right.
know?
Yeah.
So,
Thank
yeah.
you, Cody. That's the word, window. There's a window. Um, you know. So, so do we have another playoff excuse for Randall? I really think Randall's going to be good in the playoffs, and I like the fact that the Knicks get to see him in the playoffs before making a decision on that extension. So that's cool.
He should have a better playoffs now because he has a point guard to put him in the right position so that where he's comfortable at, and he can
Mhm.
do his thing, and he doesn't have to take it on and be the ball handler and the distributor and the rebounder and all that other stuff. Took a lot of pressure off him, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, right? Okay. Like, if we even find out, say, because I see somebody in the chat say, regardless of the fact if he ain't come up, we should still go for it. So I just mentioned, even though it mightn't happen, it's a pipe dream. Just saying, if we can go get Jimmy Butler,
When you talking about in the off season?
I'm talking about like this right now. We hear say Randall not coming back. He having off season. Are we saying let's make that mega trade right now and go get Jimmy? Because I see people like They eager to make the trade and want to go this way of getting a ring. All right. And then we have the next people like, you know what? He's hurt. Let's try next season or whatever. But for the people that want to go for it right now, are you making? If Pat Riley get
where's
it one
Butler
day and
gonna
call New
play?
York,
You think
he's playing
Butler
the
plays
shooting
it?
guard. He's playing the two guard.
Yeah,
He's going to play the two.
I don't think Pat Riley is. I don't think Butler's an option.
It's not
It's hard for me to believe Miami before in the next week is going to send him to New York. It's just hard to believe. Basically, they're resetting if they do that.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see it. That doesn't sound like Miami to me.
It don't.
And the coolest set, and who are we giving up for him though? That's
They're saying 5 picks, Grimes and Fournier.
Nah, the money doesn't work.
Yeah, the money has to work. Well, 18. How much? Well, yeah,
Right.
18
This year,
and 3.
This year he's making 45.1.
Oh, yeah, that's not
So nah.
Yeah.
Next year 48.7.
Everybody in the chat going crazy. I said it's just a scenario. I never said I say I wanted Jimmy Butler. I'm saying for the people who wanted, saying they want to go for a big splash. Now I'm just saying Jimmy as a possible. I never said it could be Jimmy.
Nah,
it could be Booker. It could be. I'm just throwing out a scenario because it have these part of the fan base, Jerrell. Just hear me out. It have this part of the fan base that wants to go get it right now.
You're right.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm talking to that part of the fan base.
Well,
people telling me about put down this and put down. I never said I wanted Jimmy.
I don't know if Jimmy would be my choice. I like Butler though. I like him.
I wouldn't hate him though, Steph.
I wouldn't hate him. He comes up big in the playoffs too. He comes up big in the playoffs, you know.
I'm talking about money aside, of course, though.
Yeah.
Like, say if money wasn't an issue, I would not be totally against it. No.
Right.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to give up DiVincenzo or Hart or Robinson to make the money work.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. With 40 something. I don't know if Butler would be my. I think a lot changed when we got OG for me.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it is, IKBM Dre, appreciate you. Jimmy Butler's agent said Jimmy wants to retire in Miami and Pat Riley would jump off a bridge before he gave us his best player.
I hear you, Dre.
Give him a little nudge.
But I'm saying it don't necessarily have to be Jimmy. It could be another superstar player. You know what I mean? Just because Randle is injured. That's all I'm saying. I never said I thought I wanted to go out and make this big splash right now. But it's just have a part of the fan base that wants to go out there and wants to make a big splash.
But I don't think we want to make a big splash to make a big. We're trying to win a championship. It's not more of a splash. We're trying to win. You know,
Queen, me and you on the same level, you know. You have to understand where I'm coming from, you know, because it have part of the fan base don't think like how everybody think and like how think like me and you think or think like how me and Jerrell think. You understand what I'm saying? It have it has people that like, yo, just go ahead and pull the trigger. Why are we holding all these assets? Why can't we just go ahead and do this?
Right. Stafford just being devil's advocate at this point.
Okay, got you. Somebody said Steph Curry. Now he probably making 80 million, but
some fans will say no to him too.
Nah, man. Steph,
not us, but some fans will.
Steph, I mean, he has a few years left, you know, but I think once
why is Golden State trading Steph exactly?
No reason.
I don't think they would, but I'm just saying somebody. Well, I think part of it is they're in 12th place in the Western Conference. I don't think that team is going anywhere, but I agree with you in the sense that he's their legacy. So unless he asks for a trade, I don't think Golden State is going to trade him. But if
I
he
just heard they rejected.
hold on, Steph. But if he says, listen, you guys are going to rebuild, I don't want to be part of a rebuild, they would look to trade him. They would respect him enough to look to trade him, and I'll be right there at the front of the line.
What you want? What you want? What you want?
What you want?
I told you, look at the chat. Some people don't want Steph. Like, that's crazy.
No, but here's the thing about it, Jerrell. Because Steph Curry just blocked a trade from trading his two boys. Draymond and what's his face?
And Clay.
And Clay.
Okay.
They were trading those guys?
I would guess that they are thinking about it, Stafford. They suck. And they are
I guess that he wanted to keep them, and he blocked or whatever trade they was going. That's what I read. They can't read everything that is true, but that's what I read.
Yeah, with the money, with the amount of money those three are making and their record, you want them traded too.
Yeah, you don't want to be paying that much tax for a team that's a lottery team.
Correct. Shout out to Reese Anderson. I hope I got that right. You think we signed Spider in the offseason? If so, how would we sign him and OG to max deals? We could have a modern day Walt Earl the Pearl and Reed. I think the issue is the aprons. You're gonna be locked in, so you better hope that you believe that team can win. That's it.
My answer to that is that's not our job. Like, I have no idea how would they be able to do that when it comes to the money in the contracts. Right. That's up to Leon Rose. That's
you'd have to acquire Spider via trade, so you're gonna. I mean, he's not up for as a free agent. So if you're gonna,
that's right.
He is too. But I'm thinking that he is soon though. Like, isn't he up for free agency in like after next year? I think.
After
I
next
look
year,
that up. So that means he's going to want a max extension.
Right.
So you would have to think about that when you trade for him.
But if you've already acquired him, you can go over the cap to sign him. So that's not
right
at that point. And the other thing is, if you get Mitchell, that's the time that you're okay with paying the tax, right? If you're a championship contender, a bona fide contender, then you're okay paying the tax because that's the time to pay the tax.
Or
you don't want to pay the tax if you're not, but if you have Spida and you have OG and you have Jalen and you have Randle and you have Hartenstein and Mitch, and I mean, you're ready. I mean, that team's loaded for bear, in my opinion.
Yeah, for me, it's not the tax as much as it's the aprons, because that's when it's hard for you to improve your team. And so when you get to that point, you better be able to look at your roster and say, this is a championship contending roster. And Steph may not be playing like Steph. I know JJ said that, but he wouldn't have to do that much. He wouldn't have to do as much on this team as he's doing on Golden State. I'll put it that way.
We just need to do is make him spot up. Brunson finding him. You know how much assists Brunson will have? All Steph got to do is just put it up. Just put it up. Just run across the court like if he's a mud guy. That's all he's doing. That's all he's doing. I'm telling you, that will be crazy.
That would open up the field.
What?
Even if oh my God.
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's you see how we just put Steph Curry in that position right there, yo. That would be crazy if he was to make a move like that.
But
like
that's a
right
lot
now.
Right. $60 million though. You would have to match that, match his contract. I'd rather, Josh, aka Uncle Fulio, I'd rather the Knicks pick up an expiring in the buyout market instead of trading Fournier's money for it. For who?
You see?
For who?
Yeah, I think it depends on the person
Yeah.
or the player.
And in general,
Well,
the
I
players that
just
you
wanted
get
to
in
know
the
what he
buyout
meant by
market-
it.
The players you get in the buyout market aren't generally going to be as good as the players you can acquire via trade. In other words, because players in the buyout market are players that teams don't want anymore, and usually there's a reason they don't want them anymore, and it's usually because they're not playing. In other words, you're talking about guys who are on the tail end of their career, or
Right.
you know. And I'm not saying that none of those players can be helpful. I'm just saying that a player that you acquire in the buyout market typically is not going to be as good as a player you can acquire via trade, because you get what you pay for.
Right.
If we didn't have Precious, would you pick up Jeff Green on the buyout market if he was available?
I love Jeff Green.
That's a good pickup.
I love Jeff.
Here we go.
No,
To be honest, it's a good pickup even with Precious Achiuwa. It could be.
Well, that's what I'm saying. These are the type of players might be on the market because I mean Houston is a young team. Jeff, I mean he already got his ring. I don't know if he's relaxed.
But why would they trade him? I think they need that.
Not trade him. They can release him.
Release him, but I mean they need that veteran presence though.
We have a Jeff Green on our team. His name is Taj Gibson.
No.
Jeff Green's better than Taj Gibson at this point in his career, though. That day.
Yeah, Jay.
You think Thibodeau? If you tell Thibodeau, Jeff Green or Taj Gibson, who you think he's gonna pick?
You know who he gonna pick.
His Linus Blanket.
I'm about to say that's different. That's not fair though, AJ.
He's our coach. He is our coach. You know what he's going. You know who he's gonna pick.
But if he could have both of them,
yeah, both. Well, no, Taj ain't gonna be on the team if Jeff Green on the team. It's too old now. We too old.
Yeah. That's
now we're too old if we get it.
They'd bring up the team average age like really like up
right.
like
Team average be 38.
Right. Shout out, we got 219 people watching. I appreciate you.
Yes.
All of you might not be in the chat, but we got 127 likes. So if you haven't already, hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. It helps get more eyes, at least on the thumbnail. The show gets recommended, you know, and we build the community, not the Knicks community. That's already huge. But we build a Dope Soul Sports Talk community. So if you haven't already, hit that like button. We at 127. Let's get it up to 175.
And Queen, let him know that this is not.
That comment back up for a second, Josh. That was very insightful comment by Josh right there.
Which one?
I can read it.
Which
the one
one?
that you just put up. Hold on, where is that?
Yeah.
Down.
The sense of trading for a guard who can create is not just this year, but to help us.
Right. Because the Knicks don't really have any assets. Player assets. So if you don't make it, who are you trading in the offseason? Randle? Brunson? Who you trading? Maybe Mitch will be healthy. Maybe you can get something with a Grimes and a Mitch and some draft players, draft picks. But right now, I think the Knicks, we'll see. We'll see.
I think that's one of the reasons why Bruce Brown is a potential target, though, because you is he the perfect fit from a player standpoint? Probably not, but he's also a $23 million salary next year that is guaranteed that you could put in a trade for a bigger star. That's the point that Josh was trying to make, and that's why I thought it was so on point. There's a very high level thought right there.
But Jeff, can I ask a question though? I understand. I understand money wise, but basketball wise, Bruce Brown is Josh Hart. Like it's the same player.
There are some definite issues with Bruce Brown. I'm not a huge Bruce Brown fan, so I'm probably not the person to make the Bruce Brown case. But I know his assist percentage is higher than Josh Hart's. I think he averages 3 assists a game, so he does have a little bit of creation juice, if you want to call it that. I don't know what the right term is, but yeah, I'm not a huge Brown fan. I know he doesn't shoot the ball that well, but I mean,
can he put? We need somebody that can back up Jalen Brunson.
No,
who's playing a point in those 10 minutes?
Bruce Brown is a player like he's a Tibbs player. He plays defense. He's smart, nice IQ, but he is redundant at just like they said. Like he is Josh Hart. He is like he's not really needed for this team. Not the way the roster is constructed now.
Paris Duggar on his Sherwin kick. iHeart, Grimes, and 2 firsts can get almost any player. I'm not trading iHeart, period. Point blank. Not in the middle of the season when Mitchell Robinson is hurt and we got to rely on Sims and Precious Achua going into the playoffs. It's just not happening.
Never.
And even if you did want to get rid of iHeart, that ain't true. Like they don't make it. What do you mean almost any player in the league?
Yeah, sure. Giannis for that package, definitely. That's gonna happen.
It's more than 10 minutes. We need to get him off ball. So okay.
That's true. That's a good point too. It is more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good point. Monarch Smart TV defense wins championship, and if we're number 1 right now, that's all we need with a healthy team. I totally disagree.
No.
Yeah.
Defense does not win. This defense help you. You got to have balance. You got to win games. You got to be able to put the ball in the hole.
That's right.
Yeah, I think you could say that maybe in high school and in college, but in the NBA, listen, the Knicks had the top 5 defense when we played Atlanta. We couldn't put the ball in. We couldn't put the ball in the basket. Last year, the Knicks had the first or second best defense through 2 rounds in the playoffs. We couldn't hit timely shots. We went home. So, yeah, I think I'm not going to say defense is overrated. You can't be a cone as a team, right? You can't be ranked 30th in defense. And if your defense is good, your offense doesn't have to be great. But in this league, particularly in the playoffs, when things bog down and everybody knows what you're going to do and they're taking away your first option and they're taking away your second option, you got to have players that can step up and score for you.
That's right.
You got to have that. So, yeah, I'm glad our defense is top 5. Let me tell you, give me a top 5 offense and a 12th ranked defense or 14th ranked defense. I'm good.
What was Denver's defensive ranking last year? Just out of curiosity, does anybody know?
Probably.
I didn't look at them as just being a juggernaut on that end of the floor. No, they weren't terrible, as Queen said. I thought they defended when it counted in spots against Miami. You know, they were able to elevate their game, and they had guys like KCP and some other guys who really did a decent job for them. But Jokic isn't known as like a lockdown defender. At least I mean, he does everything else like so elite that it doesn't matter. But I don't know that he has, that kind of defensive reputation. Correct me if I'm wrong. I just don't think they were a fantastic defensive team last year, and they are reigning NBA champs. So. Yeah. The game is different. I come from that old school of philosophy that you've got to be able to defend, and it's true to an extent, but you got to be able to score. That the game has changed so much, and it's so much more of a guards game now. And these guys can shoot it from anywhere with a hand in their face and knock it down. So you've got to be able to answer that basket for basket. I mean, yes, you have to be able to string together stops 2 or 3 in a row. That's definitely true. But you have to be able to score the ball.
No doubt about
Geoff,
it.
they were tied for 14 last year with
There you go. So they
Thunder.
were average defensively.
Right. But their offense, with all due
Elite.
respect, was high level. Yeah, their offense was elite. Donald DiMaselli, what do you guys think about that? We were injured in the playoffs last year, and that's the only reason we went. I disagree. That is
I think
not the only reason we went home.
We couldn't hit any shots against Miami. That's why we lost.
Yeah. And some players didn't show up because of the intensity of the playoffs.
One little correction to that statement.
Hmm.
Bam
Yeah,
Adebayo injured us.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
It's not we were injured. Bam Adebayo injured our players.
Look, this is how I know. This is how I know it's too late. It's getting too late because I didn't see that coming. That's how I know it's almost midnight and we've been on here for almost 3 hours. I did not see that coming. You got me with that, AJ. You right.
You slipping, Jerrell. You slipping.
I'm slipping. I didn't see that coming at all. Damn.
Yeah.
I should have known AJ was going
Randle was injured.
IQ was out.
IQ was out, but IQ wasn't playing well, in my opinion. I know some people disagree. Before he was injured, I thought the injury put him out of his misery. Grimes, he got a little. He wasn't playing well. The Knicks did. To me, that's what happens when you're relying on young players to show up in the playoffs. I think it was more than injuries. Our shooting is better this year. I'm encouraged by that. That's something I've been asking for since the end of last season. We got to get better shooting wise, and I think Devo brings that and OG brings that. So I'm much more encouraged about the Knicks going into the playoffs with the defense we play, the mental toughness they have, and the better shooting on the perimeter to give Brunson and Randle, the space that they need to operate. So in that way, that the defense has to choose. You covering the 3-pointers, you clogging the lane. You're gonna have to choose. So I'm happy, at least with that part.
Queen, I don't know. Did you hit this the Parrish Douglas super chat or with the iHeart?
I might have missed it. Let me see. Yeah, I think so. Reese Anderson, what's this love with Brown? Josh Hart, who can't shoot.
Who loves Brown?
Probably Tibbs. Probably Tibbs.
Right.
But the only reason I brought up Brown was his contract and that he has been talked about.
Yeah, he's been linked to us. Yeah.
He's been linked to us by legitimate Ian Begley, type sources. So to me, that lends credence to it. Whether I like the move or not, that doesn't mean that the Knicks aren't talking about it. So if the Knicks are talking about it, we should be talking about it, even if we don't agree with it. And I'm with you. I'm not a Brown fan. When I heard that name, I was like, that. I just don't. I'm with Ajay and Queen. I don't see him solving any issues for us, and I just see him causing duplication of. And again, he doesn't shoot the ball well enough for. Like, if he shot the ball better, you could say, okay, you could start him and you could bring Dante off the bench for the backup point guard minutes, but he doesn't shoot the ball well from distance. So you can't really, he doesn't fill that need. So again, the only reason that I see him as valuable is in the mode that Josh was talking about in terms of a contract for this summer, who's, a sizable dollar amount and a player that other teams would want. And I think he's a player that if the Lakers don't get DeJounte Murray, that Los Angeles will be heavily in on Brown. So it may be a moot point.
One thing with Brown, I give him a little credit. He doesn't shoot the ball well, but at least he shoots the ball. Like, he's got the nerves to shoot it. Josh Hart doesn't shoot. Like, Josh Hart be passing up shot.
Well, you do have a point.
But Bruce Brown will shoot. Like, he break him, but he'll shoot him.
You got to keep the defense honest, right?
Yeah. Yep. We're
the best offensive rebounding team in the league, so I guess from that standpoint, it might be an offense.
I think that's a requirement now for playing with the Knicks. I think when Precious came, they just gave him some tutorial. Look, this is how we play over here. Okay, this is how we play over here. You're gonna have to get on those offensive boards. Paris Duggar, if we can't pay iHeart, he may be traded. Facts.
A shout out to Paris Duggar. He's relentless on the trading iHeart. He is really beating
Him and
that drum.
Sherwin. Him and
Him and
Sherwin.
Sherwin.
We are not trading our best center.
It's not happening. Forget
So,
it.
We're just
who's paying
no.
center?
Right. And why can't we pay iHeart?
Yeah, for our
We
playoff.
can pay iHeart though. Where is this coming from that we can't pay iHeart? We can definitely pay iHeart.
Right.
I want Paris to add, like, on our playoff run, who is going to be our starting center?
That's
Precious?
a good question.
Don't.
So Paris, if we trade iHeart, who's going to be the starting center? Are you trading him for another center that's going to come in and start on the team?
Now that would make sense, but I need to know who that center would be. Like,
Is that center going to be better than iHeart? I find that hard to believe. iHeart's been the best DEPM player in the league since January.
at least center that's going to be available for a trade.
Right. Yeah, let us know, Paris Duggar, your thoughts on that. Get Burks or Tyus Jones as a backup point guard, as point guard backup, if not Brogdon. Appreciate you, Reese Anderson. I'm not mad at that. I'm okay with that.
I'm good with it too.
Queen, we went from 5 youngsters to now 2, and we got better. Of course, what are we trying to do? I'm not going to be totally satisfied until I feel like we have a chip-worthy roster.
We're not running a daycare. We're trying to win an NBA championship.
So wait a minute. So he said we had 5, and now we got rid of 3 and got better. So yeah, if we got rid of the other 2, then we get better again.
But you see what he said at the end of the quote? Is that's not enough?
No, get rid of the other 2 too. If that means we get better, like who cares how young they are?
It's all right. It's all right. Just so everybody know, I'm ecstatic with how the Knicks are playing right now. I love the mental toughness. I love how everybody is stepping up. I just see a window. I just see an opportunity. That's it. And I want to take advantage of it. That's all. Keith Turner, Knicks fans claim to want to win a championship, but they don't want championship players. Talking about Bruce Brown and what he did for Denver last season. What's your thoughts on that, Pam?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I
Okay.
really didn't pay attention to much basketball last year till other teams. I just watching the Knicks. I'm really not watching the other teams.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't really, talk to that.
Okay. Anybody else?
We have championship players. Thank you very much. We have OG Anonuby and Dante DiVincenzo.
There we go. And JB, baby, JB.
Even though you went to a Western Conference Finals, that's still playoff experience to get his team there with no Luka. So
I'm with you, Staffer. That's very close to championship.
Right.
Shout out to the chat. 200. Oh no, I was looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at who was watching, and not and 138. Come on, fam. 175. Let's get those likes up.
Get them up. Get them up.
Alberto Ramos, I know I'm repeating myself, but what defense gives you is a chance to win when the offense is not on. Absolutely. And it also holds you in the game till you can hit some shots. I just don't believe having a strong, I don't think this is not the 90s where all you have to do is have a strong defense and your offense can be so and you have a chance.
Even in the 90s, that wasn't enough because those 90s Knicks teams could defend their rear ends off.
Yep.
And they
didn't have that's true.
Right.
There wasn't enough offense. You're absolutely right. There wasn't enough offense.
Isn't that what propelled Miami last year in the first place? Their shooting?
Yes, absolutely.
Shooting. Yes.
Think about it. They were in the bottom of the league as far as shooting.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the switch went on. They started hitting shots. And the next thing you know, they're in the Eastern Conference Finals. It wasn't their defense. It was a part of it. Don't get me wrong. But it was their shooting. Had their shooting not turned around, they would have been went home as well.
And also, we play great defense on them. In fact, we give them the most problem out of all the teams they met in the playoffs. We couldn't win because we couldn't hit shots.
Well, Denver kind of gave him more of a problem. They beat him. So,
Yeah.
Well, up to
in the Eastern Conference,
the
I
Eastern
guess.
Conference,
Yeah. Our offense hasn't been so since January in OG. I think you mean our offense has been so since January. I think yeah,
we need better offense.
It hasn't been super great, but it's been good enough.
Well, a funny thing about that, though, Queen, is that barring last night's game, the passing has actually increased. The ball movement has been greater, and the offensive rating has actually gone down. So the pretty basketball that everybody wants to see is actually doing worse than the ISO basketball that everybody hates. But
right,
I guess I should leave that alone.
Appreciate you, Paris Jugger. By the way, that was Mitch who beat Cleveland. I mean, I think Mitch was a part of it. Isaiah Hartenstein was a part of it.
But that's
Brunson was a part of it. RJ was a part of it. It wasn't just Mitch. It wasn't just Mitch, but Mitch did show up and he did play well. I'm not taking anything away from Mitchell Robinson, but Ihart is a more complete player and he's not injury prone.
I'm baffled at this obsession about getting rid of Ihart.
I'm saying
I told you they like Mitch, so they want to get the player that's a threat to take.
I like Mitch too, but that don't mean I want to get rid of Ihart.
That's right.
We can have both. Why can't we have both?
I want to be greedy.
I'm with you because I said the same thing. Both.
Yeah.
Why we can't keep both?
I tell you why. Because there's a salary cap.
Yeah.
And backup center is not a prime position center is not a prime position in the NBA. So why have two starting caliber centers putting in $30 million in that position when you can have one, get a backup, a minimum player, $3 million, $5 million to play behind whoever you choose, and then use that money to shore up another part of your roster. So for me, I'm not for putting $30 million into the center spot when you can get away with one of them and a good backup.
I'm just talking about this season.
If the numbers can make it work and we can keep both, I want both. I know I can't have everything I want, but I want that.
Man.
Yeah. Reese Anderson, appreciate the super chat again. I'm liking the Jamaican dude Richards with the Hornets. Nick Richards. He's 7 foot, only makes $15 million in the next 3 years. If we lose Ihart, we could trade him for him as insurance. Listen.
Jerrell, when Queen gives you those, listen.
Start going like this.
You want to see me pissed off? Let the Knicks let Ihart get out the door
and get some.
Finally, have a two-way center. He's not going to cost a lot of money because the center. Who do you think there's somebody that's going to offer him $20 million? Like, I don't think that. What's the average salary for a center in the NBA? It's just not a prime position anymore that teams are paying that much money for. So,
and who has the salary cap space to do that? And there aren't a lot of teams that are going to have the cap space to do that. And the ones that are, why would they do that? Right.
Right.
So it's a twofold. Not saying that there's not there. It just takes one, right? But I'm pretty confident that the Knicks will re-sign Isaiah Hartenstein. That's definitely going to be a priority item for them.
Mitch is always hurt.
Always hurt. And
you know what I mean?
He fits right into the system. Everything is open.
Everything he can pass the ball. Sorry, my boy get injured.
Hold on. Let her finish, Stafford.
No, I ain't saying nothing. No, I was thinking out loud. Sorry.
Okay. Go ahead. Everything is open.
That's right. Open. We need open shots. We need free flowing. Bronson can get in the middle and pass it out to him, and he can shoot outside. He can have a jump shot. Come on, they got to play his position. They got to play defense on him. They can't let him just roam around there. If he's open, he's going to shoot. He's going to score. He's rebounding. Come on. I ain't
Led
getting
the
rid
team
of
in assists
Iheart,
last night. It
man.
was sick.
And you're getting
right.
assists. You're
Right.
getting backdoor cuts. He's a more complete player. And I don't think our defense has now. OG has a lot to do with this. But with OG, we have the number one defense since January 1st. So we're gonna double down on defense at the expense of the offense. I'm just not for it. But I get it. I get it. We got some more super chats.
Queen, I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, before we go next super chat. Now I'm curious. Why out of all the centers in the league, Richards, like, what am I missing? Is that a good player? Because honestly,
he's
when we
good in
played him
terms
the
of-
other day,
Mhm.
it's like really the first time I saw him get like some real burn. Because maybe I don't know. I'm honestly asking, like,
well, he's starting with Mark Williams out. There's their center.
so
has
he's
been injured for some
he's a
time.
backup.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm saying, is he good? Because he didn't do much when we played him.
Yeah, all right. He ain't no big time player. Am I all right?
Right. But I think the point he was saying is that
The little money, I guess.
it was 15 million over 3 years, so that's 5 million. Yeah, I would like him. If we move off of Mitch, he can back up Hartenstein. I don't want to give Stafford a heart attack.
No, me. People in the chat telling you to light up the spliff because you about to get one.
Has that DoorDash arrived yet?
iHeart gonna want 15 million per year. You laugh. What's okay? Okay. I mean, I think the most the Knicks can pay him is 13 point something. I read somewhere that with easily obtainable incentives, they can get it up to 16. I don't think iHeart is going to cost $16 million. That's just not the market for a center. That's not the market for a center. But
And it's
stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened.
But it's also up to him. He enjoyed playing here. He's having his first child, and he's enjoying himself. I don't think he's gonna, ask for the moon. He probably wants to stay right here, man.
I hope so. Riches is an iHeart clone. Watch him. Clone. Wow. Okay. All right. I had him on my fantasy team, and there wasn't a lot of assists there. I saw the points and the rebounds. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the Knicks do. I think the team we see right now, there's going to be significant changes in the offseason. If you ask me.
Well, don't be surprised if Mitchell Robinson's salary goes out in a big trade. Like, in other words, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a Robinson, Fournier, Grimes, and multiple firsts unprotected as the centerpiece for a big player this summer. Like, I think that's the direction that they're headed in. And so one of two things is going to happen. If that trade is for someone at the 5 spot, then we might let iHeart walk. But, but if it's Embiid that we're getting, you might want to keep iHeart around just in case he's not fully healthy from that meniscus too, as insurance. So he might be back anyway. I don't know. But, but I'm just saying that don't be surprised I don't think they're keeping both Robinson and iHeart, and they handpicked Hartenstein. They inherited Robinson, and they tend to not be overly loyal to players that they inherited. That's all I'll say.
It's true.
And I don't blame them. You're the front office. You want to have the groceries that you picked. You don't want to have the leftover groceries from the last guy. So I don't. I'm not saying that as a criticism. I'm just saying that other than Julius Randle, who we kept for obvious reasons. I mean, 3 All-Star games in 4 years kind of says, yeah, that's probably a guy you should hold on to, right? But, everybody else is pretty much gone.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes some of the guys they'd even picked, like Obi Toppin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. You want to see me big mad? Let Isaiah Hartenstein go out the door. I'm that because we finally have a modern offense, and a lot of people were talking about the issue with the offense was Thibodeau. I always felt like the issue with the offense was the players we had.
Mm-hmm.
And once we moved them out, the same offense. Maybe he put in a few more tweaks or what have you, but it's easier to run a read and react offense when you have players who can read and react. When you have players who understand the game of basketball. I'm being overplayed. I should cut. My guy went to double team. I'm going to go right to the front of the rim. Like, that's just basic basketball, So we'll see.
And they don't need the ball in their hands. They can just go to the spot and they can cut and they can drive, so yeah.
Yeah.
Did you read Paris Duggar?
Did I miss? I might have missed one while I was looking up the Herb Jones.
You see too, right? He caught you too.
He caught me.
Yo.
He caught me out there.
I tell you, man.
I think I did miss. Let me see. It's this one. Grimes 28, iHeart, and 3 firsts for Linux and marketing.
Parrish. Parrish is relentless.
Out of here.
He really wants iHeart out of here.
But my question is, who's playing center? Like, basically, the Knicks are maybe giving up on the season is too strong. But if you trade iHeart, basically you waving a little white flag.
So I'm saying, so what is he moving OG to the 2? Because marketing is a small forward / power forward. So I'm guessing he thinks Olynyk will be our starting center. It'll be Olynyk, Randle, marketing, OG, and Brunson.
Tibbs will murder Olynyk at the 5. He's not a Thibodeau's rim protecting center at all. Like, you're gonna give away iHeart, who's like one of his guys, and give him Kelly Olynyk. He'll walk off the set. He'll just quit. He'll be like, "You giving me Kelly Olynyk and marketing? 2 guys who don't defend anything? I'm out of here."
Look, did he go say marketing is 7 foot tall? I know how tall he is. I said,
but he's not a center, though.
I said what position he played. Nobody's not a tall person. I know how tall he is. He's been in the league for a lot of years, Parrish.
He can't guard a fence post.
Tibbs not gonna want him on the wing. Don't see.
Yo.
So Parrish coming up with all kind of trade. I think Parrish Duggar, before we get out of here, his last chat gonna be, you know what? Just get rid of iHeart.
But my guy, what's his name? Reed. We say again about this Jamaican guy again. I swear you was Steph. Just look at Nick Richards' stat. The last two years under 25 minutes playing time per game. But I don't know, but I don't know if it's true you're Jamaican and he Jamaican to you're advocating for him, but oh my God. I mean, if he was that nice, bro, he would have been on he's on the team, but I don't know, man.
It's a Nick Richard burner account. Leave him alone. He's giving us super chats. Come on, Stafford.
Yeah.
No, I ain't mad at him. You do what you want to do, It's all good.
Yeah, I'm okay with Sexton. You guys have any thoughts on Sexton? How much is he making though?
I'll look that up.
He was auditioning though. Last game.
Read the super chat, Queen. Yo, he's stupid.
Reese Anderson. I'm sorry, staff. There's no Trini in the NBA, bro.
That's the funniest comment of the night, right?
Reese wins the prize right there.
Colin Sexton is making 17.3 now. He's not a free agent until 2026. It's 17, 18, and 19. For the
Why
next
is Utah getting rid of Colin Sexton exactly?
Danny Ainge's not dealing with us. Next, he not trading.
Why not? They got people over there that's interested in Grimes. So
Nah,
I mean that's just the news. That's just what they're saying. But you never know. Look at the whole Raptor thing with the whole lawsuit and everything, and we came and we made a trade. So anything is possible, man.
Yeah, he's gonna want Grimes in 230 first round picks. So like an unachievable trade.
Yeah, Paris Duggar.
Uh-oh.
$5. Brace yourself.
Yeah.
$5 to tell you I like iHeart better than Mitchell. I just know iHeart would bring back more. Also, Tibbs loved Mitchell Robinson as well. Listen.
I think he really likes iHeart right now.
Right now, because he on the floor.
Yeah,
and we winning.
And we winning. And
he just had 19 rebounds last night.
Thank you.
And he could get to see what an offense looks like with a center who can, pass and shoot. And also, we're not taking into account Mitchell Robinson's injury history. I think we do have to take that into account.
The other thing, though, in Robinson's defense, we haven't seen Robinson play with OG yet.
That would be nice. I would like to see.
That might be interesting. Is all I'm going to say about that. Robinson with OG as opposed to Barrett, I think is very interesting starting.
That's why you're saying I ain't ready to give up on him yet.
Listen,
but
on the offensive end,
we will see.
On the defense is already good, but fine. If you want to say would be better and more versatile, fine. But on the offensive end, Mitchell Robinson still, to me, doesn't look comfortable. Forget scoring. Just turn into the basket and moving the offense along. I just feel like on the offensive side of the court, he's just not comfortable.
But I don't understand. He was making shots in high school and doing all of this stuff. You come to the NBA and you can't. No, hold on. Wait. And you come to the NBA and you can't turn around to do a jump shot or a layup on the backboard. That's strange to me, man. That's just something just weird about that.
But you don't think it's because it's the players are bigger, tougher, stronger.
Better.
Queen, these guys are on the roll tonight, man.
Yeah.
I just like. I mean, I'm not saying Deuce is Mitch, but he wasn't seeing anything from Deuce.
Shout out
Deuce he surprised some of us.
I hear you, Reese. Do you know Nick Richards? You going real hard for him. Do you know him?
We like who we like, man.
It's a Richards burner account, man. Like Geoff said.
And I would say iHeart was trash. If you look at his per 36 and you look at his rebounding percentage and you look at all of the advanced stats, who was that guy on Freezy's show? There was a guy on Freezy's show in the off season. Somebody in the chat, if you remember, something 4,000 or something. He was high on Isaiah Hartenstein. He said all the advanced stats were similar to I think he said the
Joker,
Joker.
right? Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, there you go.
Mhm.
Before
Boy, the chat knowing, boy, they pop
Yeah.
people popped
He
up.
said,
in
he said that. He said all the advanced stats point to him being a very good. He said more than that. He was like all in. I was like, all
Because
right,
he
relax.
called him
But
the
that's
Joker
what he
of the
said.
East. He called him the Joker of the East one time.
He did.
DJ Shadow called him Baby Joker too.
Yep, I do remember that too. I remember that too.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Queen, that wasn't, you said in the off season, that there was a show 2 weeks ago. He was still beating that same drum.
Oh, EG 14,000. Oh,
yes,
I missed it.
3 weeks ago. Yeah.
Oh,
I missed it. He was on with Freezy.
Yes.
I missed it. So what was he saying?
I
told you so.
Yeah.
About how iHeart is probably gonna be as good or better than Jokic.
What?
Yeah.
Well, not bad.
Better than
Pump the
Jokic.
brakes on that. Ain't nobody better.
Same stats. He's saying same.
Yo,
he's making a
yo,
point.
people in the chat should be throwing tomatoes for that. Better than Jokic.
Ain't nobody better.
There was a time when Jokic wasn't Jokic, right?
Yeah.
You never know.
It ain't take him that long.
I love iHeart, but he ain't joking.
It ain't take him that long though. Like, he was in the league about 2 years, and that was it.
Wow.
Oh boy, we open.
Man, I'm gonna be able to get me a nice gift card. I appreciate you guys. Don Devo 77, appreciate you. How much more do I have to donate to block this Jamaican from mentioning Nick Richards in the chat?
Oh man, show the love, man. Don't be hating on my
we show love to everybody wherever you are. Jamaica.
Nah, he's just joking, man. That's just all love.
Steph, we might need to keep the show on Friday nights from now on. We keep
right. Yeah.
Well, you know, as you already say, Jerrell, after 12, you know how it be.
Yeah, it was after 11. Now after 12, people get crazy. Like,
Julian Blum, he did not say better than Joker. Stop, Ajay. Stop it.
He said right there. He said right there with him.
Joker.
Baby Joker.
But look at
Joker Junior.
Look at Latrell Sprewell. I mean, we done opened a whole can of worm here with this.
I feel like, and this could just be me being super high on iHeart. I feel like the Knicks found one in Brunson, and I think the Knicks found one in iHeart. Now, do I think iHeart is going to be all NBA, all star? No. But I think the Knicks' luck has changed. Like, we don't usually luck up on players like this. I feel like we lucked up on iHeart.
I actually would like to see what OG's offense looks like next year after he gets more comfortable. We might have lucked up with OG too.
We might have, because
he's doing it. I think it's lucked up. Can I just add something here? I think that the Knicks are very in tune with the advanced scouting and the advanced stats and those sorts of things, and they have a certain player profile that they look for, and so Brunson and iHeart both fit that player profile very well, and it turns out that player profile is very, very good player, and so I think that you've actually seen that in their drafting too, in that, you know, Quickly was kind of in that mold. Grimes to a certain extent. I mean, I know Grimes hasn't fulfilled his potential, but I think that there's a certain similarity in the types of players that they look for and in the attributes that they have. They like guys who are good catch and shoot players. They like guys who can hit the corner three. It's one of the reasons why RJ Barrett wasn't really at the top of their list. He didn't do a lot of those things. Not that he's a bad player. He's in Toronto. He's doing 21-7-3. He's having a great season over there, but he wasn't the style and he didn't fit the prototype of the players that this front office looks for. So I don't know that it's necessarily as much, and there's an element of fortune in it with the Brunson situation, Yeah, Dallas messed up that whole. Dallas could have had him for 5 for 60 or something like that. It's something ridiculous like that. He went back to him and said, "Yeah, I'll sign that." Like basically a mid-level contract, really. And they said no, they might want to trade him in the offseason, which is insane to me.
Right.
But my point is that I think there's a very much an intentionality and an advanced stats, and there are certain characteristics of ball players that they look for, and so when those things come to the fore, it really shines through, and it shows that you get players like Hartenstein, who, again, by all the advanced metrics, when he was a Clipper, looked like an amazing player, right? Brunson, the same way, the advanced metrics painted a huge picture as a guy who's an uber efficient player, one of the most efficient scorers in the league. And so I think that yes, there might be an element of luck to it, but I think there's also a very scientific element to it. I think that the different people that they have in the front office between Brock Aller, the Pap guy, and they've got they've got all these different heads in there, and they all have their own area of expertise, and it brings together the and sometimes that can be a weakness, right? Because too many cooks can spoil the pot, but in a lot of cases it brings forth to the fore a lot of these guys who are undervalued, but by contract wise, but then once they're given a bigger role, they have the capability to really step in,
right,
and fulfill the role.
Right. But I think what we mean by go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, does somebody because I feel like the front office, they also have a knack for getting players at the right time, like when they're about to pop. Like, does DiVincenzo fit that profile, Geoff? Do you think? Because he's playing. I mean, he always had this, but he's now he's.
Look at DiVincenzo and what he does. He's an excellent shooter. He's great catch and shoot player. He's terrific from the corners. He's very good on the ball defensively. He gets a lot of steals. So yeah, I think that he is that type of player. The one thing that I would say is kind of an exception is Josh Hart with his 3-point percentage. I think he's an ally, but he does all the other things that they like. Some of the other things that they like that I didn't mention are rebounding percentages, right? And Hart fills that role in spades. It's one of the things that stood out about Hartenstein, actually, when we signed him, was he got a large percentage of rebounds. That's one of the reasons why they like Mitchell Robinson. If Mitchell Robinson wasn't an offensive rebounding machine, he probably wouldn't be here right now, right? He probably already would have been sent packing.
Right.
So there are certain statistical categories that they look at and they value, and they bring in those guys who have those skills, and then when they're implemented into the system, they're able to thrive and succeed because of that. And when they have gone away from that with guys like Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier, for a couple of examples, that's when the front office has failed. But when they've stuck to their formula guys, the guys who do the things that they like, almost all of those guys have been extremely successful.
Right. But when we say luck up, I don't think it's by that meaning, they do have a formula. They know the type of player that they want. But by luck up, meaning the player plays beyond probably what the Knicks even thought. That's what we mean by luck. I'm not sure the Knicks thought. I'm sure they knew Brunson would be efficient. I'm not sure they thought he would be an all-star, potential all-NBA player. Maybe. But in terms
Could I ask a question?
1 second, Stafford.
Go ahead,
in terms of lucking up with OG, in the sense that they knew what he did, but by luck up, meaning he might go to another level. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's certain things
I get what you're saying. Okay.
I'm seeing from him offensively that I feel like he might potentially be a third option. So I'm also looking forward to seeing what he becomes next season. who he gonna hire. Is he gonna be working with Reddick or somebody, because he needs to tighten that handle up a little bit too. So that's what I mean by lock up. Not that they knew what
Wait a minute. Reddick worked with Grimes, right?
Yeah, I'm just
I don't know. I don't know if I would have said OG to him.
Right. Work with somebody to tighten up that handle and tighten up his moves a little bit. So meaning I think there might be another level. I'm just saying, maybe.
I get what you're saying. I misunderstood what you meant. So thanks for the clarification. I get what you mean.
I want OG to work out with Kawhi over the summer. Get that handle a little bit tighter, because that's a huge difference in between them, even though they both move robotically, kind of. But the difference in between of them is that handle. Right. Kawhi handle is tight. Yeah. OG's
and efficient. You ain't got to do too much rocking people back and forth.
Right. Exactly.
Boop, boop, get to your spot.
They don't call him the claw for nothing. He's got baseball gloves for hands.
That's true also.
I think OG has really good hands. I don't know how big they are, but some of those passes, they throw in them.
Yeah, good hands.
I got that.
How are you loving the national media attention, and do you like it, or is it
to the Knicks?
To the Knicks, yeah. And is it a bad thing or a good thing?
Before we do that, let's get these super chats out the way. Paris Duggar, I appreciate you. Our management signed pay iHeart like they valued him. So bye. All right. Not sure what that means.
I think you mean because they only signed him like to what they signed him for 16 for 2 years.
Right.
Yeah.
So if he asked for more than that, he's saying that they're not going to sign him, I'm guessing. Because they value him for that, even though he's outplayed his contract.
Okay. We shall see. Reese Anderson, Steph, to prove I ain't BSing, pull up Richard's stats and his contract. I watch B-ball and know what I'm talking about, not just because he's Jamaican.
Okay.
I mean, I hear you, but what I'm trying to say is we already know what iHeart does and how he fits with this team.
Jerrell, can we check the stats?
And how he fits
already.
I'm curious.
Not for me.
Or yeah.
I mean, Queen, maybe Reese Anderson got a point.
Oh gosh.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just saying why are you trading iHeart because he makes $5 million? We know what he does. We know how he fits with the team.
Oh God.
No, if I remember correct, because we've been talking about this for a minute. I think Reese's original point is if iHeart left.
Oh, if he left. All right.
I don't think he wants to just replace him with.
Okay.
Him.
Well, you know what?
We should get him.
Okay.
Here's the confusion. Reese is saying if he left, but Paris Duggar wants to get rid of. So I think in our minds we're putting it all together. It's
that's different. Yeah, that's they're two different. Yeah, that's different.
Paris Duggar just trying to get rid of him.
Oh God.
Okay.
Yo.
I heard stole Paris Duggar.
All right.
The X production. Yes, he's talking about Richards from the Hornets.
Okay. All right.
Oh boy.
I see.
Yeah, but to the question, Queen.
Mm-hmm. Queen. We talking about LeBron. We didn't talk about the LeBron thing, did we?
We didn't talk about the LeBron thing either.
No, I was saying though, with the whole national media, all of a sudden it's all about the Knicks now. Every day is they're having special segments with the Knicks now. How do we feel about that? Because we never used to get all of this attention. That and then I'm watching Stephen A. having his show talking about this is the best Knicks team ever. How do y'all feel? Do y'all feel good to hear these things, or is it a bad thing, or is it just?
I haven't even been listening, to be honest. So I'm not.
I stopped watching. Just like you, Queen. I don't watch them, so I don't know they talking about the Knicks. I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea what they're. Even the whole Candace Parker, I think I had turned, and then I must have missed it, and then somebody told me what happened. I'm not really.
Listen, that Candace Park, that wasn't the first time she make this oopsies all the time. Like, you remember when Steph Curry was about to break the 3-point?
Yes.
Candace Parker said on national TV, well, the Knicks had a chance to draft him. They passed up on him. Now he's about to break the record on their floor.
Right.
That was totally inaccurate, and nobody checked on that.
Right.
So that's why, she continues to. So whatever. Like, we don't even know they talking about us, Steph. So about the Knicks, I should say.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't seen the love because I haven't been watching.
Parrish Duggar, I am messing with you, Parrish. we all having fun over here, man. Come on.
Yo, they jumping on me too. I'm just laughing, bro. It's so funny.
Stafford with the national, I think with winning, it just comes with it.
Correct.
Right.
Since we're winning, they're going to talk about us.
No doubt.
Right.
And then we got 2 players in the All-Star game, so it's they getting money. It's all about money. The hype is money. Clicks is money.
Right.
So
I think we should feel a way if they weren't talking about us right now.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
To be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is, there's been a few people. Josh was one who said that once you start winning, the narrative will change. But the Knicks, I feel like the narrative has changed for so long, in my opinion, for a few years now, I should say. And they're just now coming around. But let's get to, that cannot be true.
What?
No,
Breaking news, Jericho Sims is in the duck. I ain't watching.
I banned him from that last year. No, we not doing that.
Yeah, right.
We not.
I'm not even watching Jericho. He coming in there like he going to a meditation session. No. No.
Oh boy.
He might as well with his sat on the floor, crisscross applesauce, and not done nothing.
Look, he might break out of his shell. He might have learned from last year.
No, he ain't breaking out of that shell.
He's still a
They
stat.
couldn't get anybody else, huh?
Oh boy. Well, let's talk about LeBron. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's talk about
What we are
LeBron.
winning spectacular.
This for now.
I know.
It's only been 3 hours and 17.
If LeBron opted out in the summer, would you want him on the Knicks?
Real quick before anybody answers, I just want to put the contract stuff out here.
Yeah.
This year he's making 47.6. But he has a player option for 51.4 next year.
You think he opting out of that?
He would know
1 million?
He would know what his next move will be. He's too smart to opt out of that without knowing he's not going to get more than that.
Guys.
Or if he didn't get more than that with an NBA contract, he will make it a way that he will recoup that money some way. Like LeBron is a very, very smart player.
Excuse me. He's worth like $1 billion. He could walk away from this and don't even look back.
I think so too. If he wanted to. Because there will be moves in place for him to recoup that somehow. Like I don't think NBA salary should be in account with LeBron James moves until he retires.
Exactly. That's pocket change. That's like loose change for him. The little NBA salary.
But he was talking about
probably want to get paid.
He's building a place in Los Angeles, so he's just barking to make them do something in LA. You know how he is. And they're like, okay, let's go get this person. Come on. We gotta make him happy. That's all he is. He gonna stay there because the guy that follows him, the reporter, he says it's 3 things. He got an option out 51 million. He's not turning that down. And he's building a place in LA. So He not going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I'm okay
He will mash
without
up this
LeBron.
team, yo.
Yeah, he will.
Yeah,
What
I'm
are you
good
gonna
without
do?
LeBron too, yo.
Yeah.
Wait,
He
y'all
gonna
not.
ruin this team, man.
I was about to say, what are y'all reasons? Y'all not giving reasons though. Y'all just saying I don't want LeBron. What are the reasons? Any basketball reasons?
Me personally, I think I think is the attention is gonna be on him too much. You know what I mean? Then it's gonna be this whole GOAT situation, and it's not gonna be about the Knicks no more. It's going about him bringing a title to New York. You know what I mean? Which everybody won a title, but I don't think he'll fit this team, yo. As good as he is, has nothing against LeBron, nothing against him, but I feel we good over here how he is.
Stafford, that's not a basketball reason though.
No, it's not. Like, what's the basketball reason he doesn't fit for the team? Like, forget about what you feel about him. What's the basketball reason why he doesn't fit for this team? Anybody?
I don't think there's any basketball reason because when
I
you
just think it's money. Personally,
If you don't want him for money, yeah, I completely understand that too. Because it will, like, if you did get him for that number, that changes a lot. To be honest, especially how the team moves forward.
And then we're gonna be older.
Right?
Excuse me?
You're gonna have to sign and trade for him. And so if he's making $50 million, what package of players are we sending to the to the Lakers rather?
Randle would have to go because you're not
Randle
trading
would have to
Brunson.
go.
Well,
So is it Randle, Fournier, and how many draft picks?
to me, Randle will have to go regardless because that's who he's replacing.
Right.
Mhm.
But so Randle,
'Cause he's a four
Fournier,
at this point. Yeah.
and how many picks? I mean, it comes down to the cost for me.
Well, the thing about it is, you get LeBron, you an automatic championship contender, and well, this is the thing though. Him and AD haven't really elevated the Lakers.
Right.
I
Is
think
that more about the conference that they're in, the surrounding cast? I don't know if our supporting cast is going to be any better.
no, I
But
think
is that more because they're a duplication though? In a lot of ways, they're both really fours.
watching them play I watch them play all the time
Mhm.
because they're usually the night game that I watch.
Mhm.
I would blame AD more than I blame LeBron for their losing, to be honest. Like, he's more iffy and sometimes than LeBron is, and more injury prone also.
That's true.
Not saying LeBron wouldn't have any blame because he's obviously one of the best. He's the best player on the team, but AD is supposed to be the best player on that team. He's the younger superstar on that team.
Brunson, DiVincenzo, OG, LeBron, and Hartenstein.
Yeah, what's wrong with it? You don't like
What's
that?
wrong with that?
I'm about to say nothing.
I know LeBron is old, but I mean, that's championship contender. I mean, if that's what we're talking about, and James stays healthy and he takes care of his body.
Say that lineup again. You said Brunson,
DiVincenzo, OG, iHeart, and James.
It's the same lineup we have now, except for we're switching Bron.
Switching Randle.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only change. So that's why I asked you for what is the basketball reasons that you where anybody wouldn't like him. Like, forget about
any thoughts though about his age, that at some point he's going to slow down and that you could be trading Randle for somebody that just has a year or two, like your window is short.
For me personally, our window is short anyway.
You think so?
Well, yeah, it depends on like who you signing for the team. Like we've been talking about this. Like, you only have Brunson and Randle for what, 2 years. So if
but you can re-sign them though.
Yeah, I know, but you could re-sign one and have LeBron here. I mean, I don't plan on re-signing. Like, if you had to re-sign Bron, you're not going to sign him for that many years anyway. It'll only be for like 2 or 3
he's not
years.
signing a long-term deal anyway.
Yeah,
James is always a 1 year with a player option. That's his model, right? And you know, you'd probably have to draft Bronny, I guess.
Yep.
I just think if you do it, you better win in the 2 years. It's similar to what's going on in Phoenix.
Right.
You got a 2-year window. You bring
Yeah.
LeBron, you got a 2-year window to get it done.
Yeah, if they get him, that's what my thinking would be. Will have to be. It's not a long-term thing. No, he'll be 40 next year. So no, I don't think it's just as a. I'm just saying if
that's
they
a risk. I hear you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If they did
That's a big risk.
Well, that's why
you giving up most. Listen, you giving up most of your assets. We giving up most of our assets, and we better win within those 2 years. That is our must. That just push the timeline even more further for us to win.
But the other thing is,
if you say we want to go all in on LeBron, we have to win within these next 2 years.
To me, if you're a front office, right, and you're thinking that, like, wouldn't you be thinking that anyway? Like, I think that's a given.
No, but Jerrell, you just said to us we don't have time. To me, we have time. Just like Queen said, we could always sign these 2 guys. With LeBron, it's just a 2 window. So we do have time. But if you want to win a championship right now, like how I was saying earlier when I was getting tomatoes, just a suggestion about Jimmy Butler is the same thing with LeBron James. Bringing in that splash person. You see, it's just a different person.
Yeah. Don Devo 77. Relax. It's just a conversation. That's all we're doing. We're just taking things off of Twitter and what we're hearing and just bringing it up for conversation. I don't,
Yeah, we shouldn't be taking this thing personally. We're just having conversation. But we were saying, Jerrell, it's the same thing.
Yeah, I get it. It's the same thing. I wasn't the one throwing you tomatoes. I got what you were saying. And
No, I get you. I get you.
The window would definitely be small. It would be like a 2 to 3 year window at best. At like the
it's a little risky, but the thing about it is,
let's see. I would take.
Do you want your 2-year window with a better chance? Because if LeBron is playing in those 2 years like he's playing now, your chances might be pretty good if we're able to keep those pieces, as Geoff said, what the starting lineup would be, as opposed to maxing out Randle and Brunson and playing the long game.
So I guess the question you need to ask,
may or may not get there. Yeah.
Would you rather sign LeBron for 2 years or extend Randle for 5? Because the extension, that's how long the damn extension is going to be. And it will probably be at a max contract.
But here's the other thing too, Jerrell, is that the assets that we would use to acquire James could be used to acquire a different player who may be younger and have more tread left on his tires, who could still, bring us to championship contention. So correct. That's my thing. Like, there's an opportunity cost. In other words, I think that there are other players that I would rather target versus a 40-year-old LeBron James. Not saying that we couldn't win a title with him. I'm just saying that there are players, just given his age and given the cost of acquiring him high, which I'm sure it would be, I would think that there are, for that same package of picks and players, we could probably get someone who's a little bit younger and we're
not getting rid of our point guard, man.
Oh, you talking about Brunson?
No. He's saying if they switch places, Brunson would elevate that team. Brunson and LeBron switch places, and LA are the 3 seed.
So what if Paris, cool. What if LeBron and Brunson was on the same team? What would the Lakers be? Because that's what we're talking about. Like what you just said, doesn't make sense. We're talking about if they were on the same team. Like if LeBron was over here, not if they switch places. We're not trading him for Brunson. We're trading him for Randle.
And that's going to be the trade right there.
And with Geoff, what you were saying, real quick, what Geoff, I just wanted to answer what Geoff was saying. As a front office, I completely get what you're saying. So you would have to ask yourself, I don't know, it's the window thing. It's the, like, if Bron is coming here, we're not just, that means he wants to come here. So that's a given. So if you either going to do that, have all the assets for a proven commodity that he's coming here, or you will have to wait to see if somebody shakes loose and will want to come here. Are you willing to lose that window because of that? That's what you will have to ask yourself as a front office.
That's tough.
That's a hard decision.
That's tough.
I wouldn't know what to do right now, to be honest. That's hard.
That's tough.
Basically, a shorter window,
and you know he's
with a
coming
better
here.
opportunity to win,
Right?
Or a longer window, but we're not quite sure.
And you don't know who the target is for all the assets. You don't know yet.
Right.
Like you're just
No,
hoping.
but let's just say it's the same squad that we have right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me ask you, how many don't want LeBron? And this is just another way of asking what you was asking Jerrell. How many don't want LeBron because he didn't want to come here 10 years ago? How many don't want LeBron because he's going to make it about him and his farewell tour, and he was the one who, helped the Knicks get a championship, so that's going to be part of his legacy? How many don't want him for non-basketball reasons?
Right.
Can you put up a poll, Queen?
Because that's why I asked that. That's why I had to split it up in the first place.
Yeah.
Because if it's not for basketball reasons, the hell nobody's going to want LeBron James. The hell with LeBron James. He didn't want to be here.
Because Jerrell, the chat's splitting them. Like I was telling you earlier, it got that part of the fans that want to go with no, like who I was seeing just now. What's his name? Cody.
It would be a sign and trade, right?
Well, I mean,
it would have to be right?
Like, I don't think.
He has a player option, but for us, staff, I just want to get the
go ahead. Sorry.
All together. He has a player option, but for us, it would have to be a sign and trade. How else would we don't have cap space, right?
I mean, he could opt in and we could just trade for him.
Right.
I mean, he would probably
okay, so then I'll just say trade.
Yeah,
Okay.
it could be either or.
Okay.
Yeah, people like Cody, where he said, "Our window is now," so he'll take it.
Right.
But then you still got people saying that no LeBron, period. So it's going to be interesting.
So are we asking to trade for LeBron, or are we asking?
His heart is basketball reasons. He had none for us, so it's enough.
I'm not going to tell you how I vote in the poll.
Of course you're not, Ajay. You don't vote. We know how you vote.
Nah, I'm not going to tell you nothing.
All right, so 88%. So my next question is going to be basketball reasons. Maybe that was the question I should have put up first.
Yeah, because everybody going to put up because of how they feel and stuff.
So one of the choices in the poll for basketball reasons should be none.
Right.
Right.
Maybe
basketball reason none.
Maybe I should say answer the question like you think the front office don't care about your feelings.
Right.
Like for basketball reasons, is he a good fit here or not?
Right.
Good fit, bad contract, or none. Like no basketball reason.
Because our reasons for not wanting LeBron, like the feeling stuff, he didn't want to be. They don't care. They're not going to care about that.
All right. Let me change the poll. So let me end this poll. It's only 28 people voted, and it was 20. And I'll put up another one.
What was the percentage?
82% said no, 17 said, but that was just 28. I'm gonna put up another one.
It's all settled then. No LeBron.
Yeah, it's settled. It's over.
Now, I'm gonna say you don't want him for basketball reasons or non.
Man, as soon as he made that decision, I knew Aj did not like LeBron for that. It's over.
No, that's not true. Actually like LeBron. He's one of my favorite players. I hated when he went to Miami.
Of course you did. Hey, all of us did.
Yeah. Oh,
I hated it too. I was like, what?
Yeah, man.
Because we just knew he was going to come.
What got me hyped is when I seen Wade talking about he in the New York state of mind and they in New York, and I'm like, yeah, we about to sign these guys.
All right. So no to LeBron James for basketball reasons / fit, non-basketball reasons, contract.
Right.
All right. That's the new poll. We got 192 in the chat. Take some time to answer the poll.
And hit the like button and subscribe and do all that stuff all in one shot.
Julius Randle defensive rating 113.6. LeBron James defensive rating 114.1. The stats are close because somebody was talking about his defense.
I'm about to say Ron just put that out there for salute to Ron. I'm about to say you put that out there for no reason. That's what's up. I didn't know they was talking about who like the better defender or whatever.
Right.
That's great. Yeah, they're close. They're comparable.
He's shooting 40% from 3. That's not close.
But we're not
as opposed to 31.
But we're not arguing if LeBron is if Randle is a better basketball player than LeBron James, though. Right. Yeah,
right.
That's not the question.
But I like that 40% from 3, though.
Of course.
The thing about it, and who was this? Paris Duggar brought it up. Would he take a back seat to Brunson and let Brunson run the team? Because he's somebody also who wants the ball in his hands.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's another one. That's true.
Shout out to Still Knicks fan. I was listening to his show earlier. He don't want LeBron because LeBron didn't want to be here.
Yeah.
Him.
Ron part of the feelings crew.
yo, I'm with you, brother.
You can't spell LeBron without Rondo. I'm saying.
That's what's up. Ron, you gotta like LeBron just because y'all got the same name, damn near.
That's funny. So far, we only got 29 votes. No to LeBron James for basketball reasons, non-basketball reasons, or contract. Of the 30, 53% said for basketball reasons. All right, what's the reasons? Put it in the chat.
They lying, Steph. They lying.
They just want to say basketball reasons.
They just want to say that.
Right.
I honestly feel like I get what you're saying about he would want to come here, but to me, I just think the cost and look, if the Lakers are trading LeBron James, they're not trading him away for
peanuts.
Expiring contract. They're going to want picks. They're going to want talent. They're going to want
as they should.
As they should. And I just think if you're gonna spend all that, there's got to be a better piece out there than a 40-year-old LeBron James.
You pushing your chips in with that. You pushing your chips to the middle of the table with that.
I don't know about that, Jeff. I mean, he's still a top. What level of player is LeBron right now? Top what?
He's still a superstar.
Top 15. Still top 15.
That's insane at his age.
At his age.
Unbelievable.
So unless he falls off a cliff in the next couple of years, which is possible, I'm not putting, once you turn 40, you never know what his body going to turn into. Yeah. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to bet against a known commodity that he's going to come here.
But this is a thing, Jerrell. That's what you understand him too. This guy is not like he playing a lot of minutes. Brunson going to still have to carry him. We going to still have other players that still need to carry this guy. He can't even carry the team that he's with right now.
Yeah, I don't want him to carry us though.
But
that's what I'm saying. Brunson, it will still the onus will still fall on Brunson. Mm-hmm. And do we have the other players to put around LeBron with Brunson? Because when we give away all these assets and all the players, what we have left?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Right, we're not giving away players, are we?
Yeah, we're not giving away players though.
No, but they're gonna need. Look, Randle gonna go in that trade. Grimes gonna go in that trade.
Okay.
Let me see. Fournier gonna go in that trade, and at least 5 picks. All right, at least 3 players.
Yeah,
but at least 5
Two
picks.
players.
Also,
Because
I was about to say, like you almost making my argument for me. Like, yeah,
The
I
thing
would.
about it is you putting so much in that trade, it better work out.
It better work out. Like we have to win. The window is 2 years.
Yeah,
that's what I say, boy.
Yeah,
I guess we're gonna have to work on what we have right there. You know what? I guess we still gonna have OG, but I don't know what the Lakers might want either. Too. I'm just calling out names.
Right.
Right.
Honestly, I mean, not saying that the player will be in control, but how much could they ask for?
Right. If they're going to be losing him. Yeah.
They're going to be losing him anyway. He has a player option. So they can't ask for much.
But the Knicks can't sign him outright. So the Lakers would have some leverage because we don't have the space to just sign him.
Right.
So LA, look, if he wants to go to a certain place, the Lakers have leverage, right? Because they don't have to trade him. Right. So
that's when 3 teams could be involved. I got you. I see. You're right.
Shout out to Isaiah Jackson. Appreciate the super chat. Yeah, I'm not. If this is your first time, Isaiah Jackson, appreciate you.
Salute.
If you're coming back, welcome back. Listen, we talk about likes. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. You got 187 in the in the chat. How many of y'all are subscribed? So subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. All right, Isaiah Jackson, appreciate you. Even if we win with LeBron, he probably only has 1 championship in him. He's old, and that would put a timer on our team. Then when he retires, we're back in the hole, and we waste assets.
Wait.
For a player.
Isaiah Jackson, I understand you paid your $10, so let me understand you correctly. We won that 1 championship? The one that he only has 1 left in him? You're saying that he came here, won a championship, and then when he retired, we don't have the assets anymore?
Well, I'm okay with that then.
That's okay.
Like, if you win the title, then that's the name of the game. That's what you give away those assets for. In other words, if you gave away a bunch of assets, but you won the championship, then the trade was worth it.
Yeah.
The only time the trade isn't worth it is if you don't win the championship. Right. If you don't win the championship and then he retires and then you don't have the assets, then you're in a bad spot. But if you win the title, like we don't have a title in my lifetime. I'm 48 years old.
But let me ask you this, because I think this is what he's getting at. Are you okay with 1 title and then back to irrelevancy, or would you like a longer window with an opportunity to win more than 1 championship? An opportunity, not that you will, an opportunity.
Hold on, though, Steph. So
hey, about to get spicy.
We got the championship, though.
Yes, but that's it, though. You're back to irrelevancy.
Right. So
as opposed to a longer window with a chance to maybe, win 2 or 3.
But the 1 championship we got is a given, but the other one is a chance to win multiple.
Yes.
Give me the one that's given.
Yeah. It's not given.
The majority gonna go with that. Right? You see what Geoff just said a while ago? Mm-hmm. We haven't seen a championship in our lifetime. You know how much people are waiting for that? People who wasn't even born in the 70s.
Yeah. And look.
You understand what you're just saying right there?
My man.
So you know what? I would gladly take the 1 because I don't know when I'm gonna see it again.
Yo, my man X Production said, I don't want that type of championship.
I'll take it.
Yeah, we do. We fan completely differently then, bro.
I'll take it. Listen, even though we have 2 rings not in the modern era, I would still like to see 1 before I hit this earth. Why not?
Yeah.
If we made the trade and the trade happened and it worked out,
I'm not opposed.
I am buying a 1st class ticket to JFK.
Jerrell, we got a rough crew tonight. Those guys make me. They make me
Yeah, I thought
seem reasonable.
IJ was hateful.
Yeah, these guys. Those guys make me seem all lovey-dovey and all reasonable.
But I don't think we would go back to irrelevance. We have a front office that brought LeBron in. You don't think that they're gonna they got a backup plan to the backup plan?
That's true. And you'll still have Brunson.
Leaving, and you're still gonna
Exactly.
have Brunson. You're still gonna have So and you're gonna still have OJ. Yeah. OG.
That's true.
So it's like
Yeah, I don't care about what type of championship. Man.
No, I do care because I feel like that bubble championship didn't count. I wouldn't want that championship.
I would take
that championship, man.
I don't want it.
So let me understand Stafford real quick. So hold on. If that was us, if that was us, that wasn't a chip to you. If that was us.
It's a chip to us, but I feel it's tainted.
What?
But everybody was playing under the same conditions, though.
Yeah.
So,
man, you better get that plane ticket to JFK if we won that bubble.
Nah, bro.
I'd have met you at the airport.
It was during COVID. You couldn't get a.
Listen. I'm not saying all chips don't count, and I get them that, but just for me. With how I think I want it out all right, what I mean? We work hard for it. We did this. It was no bubble, was no nothing. We write it outright clean.
Man, listen.
Wow. Shout out to the art man formerly known as Steve. LeBron is 175 years old. I'm a pass like Steve Nash. Okay.
I'm not sure if I should be offended by that. I'm older than LeBron James.
I know, right?
That makes me in my 200s. I don't know if I like that too much.
No, Jeff, but that's basketball. Basketball is like dog years.
Oh,
and he's probably accurate with how old he said LeBron was 175.
39. 39 is still young, you know. 39 is still young. As what AJ said, that's in basketball years, but 39 is still young.
Like dog years, man. When Patrick Ewing was 25, he had iced up. He had 70-year-old knees at 25,
and he played till he was 40. Nearly.
No, D Grant. That's all I do. I do not do anything stronger than that, sir. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I think that would be it. But the question is, can you guarantee? There's no way to guarantee, but if you said we would win it, one in the hand, man, maybe.
No, I'm not.
That whole I don't want to win that type of championship.
So wait. So because I expressed my opinion that I don't think it's a chip, I gotta be drunk or I gotta be on something. I respect your opinion, just respect mine, bro. That's just how I think. That's it. Plain and simple.
Stafford, so what if you're drunk? We're having fun. Yeah, I'm drunk.
It is Friday night.
I'm about to say. Who said I was always sober?
Oh boy.
That's 24/7 and 7.
Yo, I tell you, boy. Hey,
LeBron couldn't win if he joined Boston. He's done.
Word.
I disagree with that.
I think a good portion of Knicks fans feel like Andrew N. I'd rather take my chance on relevancy and possibly win multiple championships. I've been a Knicks fan supporter since Isaiah Marbury era. I need to enjoy my team as long as I potentially can.
But that's the thing about it, you know. Even if he was to get a ring now, you still have time. You young men still have time. Okay? You young men still have time. It's not like Geoff and us who up there now.
We ain't got the
And Queen.
And Queen.
And me.
And me.
You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? We trying to see something now.
Yeah. I've been eating a bit more pork belly and bacon. And who knows how much longer I
You've been a fan like since Marbury. I was grown then.
Man, I'm a Bernard King kid.
Yeah, I'm too old for that, man.
Marbury, he's a brand new fan. He just started.
right.
You just learned the struggle. We've been struggling for decades before that.
Right. Back
Well,
with
welcome
Truck
aboard.
Robinson and
I guess maybe-
Cummins and
Right.
more.
So I guess maybe that's why. Like, I understand we don't like LeBron. Cool. I want to win a championship. That's the number one goal. That's what the whole exercise was. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I don't give a damn if we get LeBron or not. Like, I'm not pining for it, but if we do and we win a championship, it is what it is. Like, I want the chip.
I don't want to win with KD though.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't care.
I do.
You don't have to worry about KD. Don't want none of this smoke. He's not.
That's why
He's not built for this. We ain't cool. Remember, we ain't cool.
Right? Give me my championship before I kick the bucket.
Hey, that's the same thing Cody said.
Cody, that's my guy.
But Julian Blum said, so everyone that's 90 years old is selling out. Wow. I thought wisdom was with our elderly.
Okay.
90 is doubling up.
Boy, Julian, boy. Hey.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I've been selling out a long time. I've been selling out. I've been waiting for a point guard. We're on sold out. We got a point guard. I'm happy about that. Give me a ring, and I'll be very satisfied.
Yeah.
Man, we have a good point guard in over 20 years, man.
Let me tell you
20 years, man.
How much of a struggle we was into. I call like, if you've been watching the show, I've been calling Jalen Brunson my point guard before he even played a game for us. Yeah. That's how much I knew that, even though I didn't know he was going to be Allen Iverson Jr., I did not think he was going to score this many points. That'd be crazy. But I knew he was going to have some type of stability and be good enough in order for us to push us forward, that we finally had a point guard that we can win games. That's the first time we could say that since when? Like, it's been a long time. Been a long time. Like, I called him my point guard before I knew he would be all-star.
Just shout because out to Eddie Lee Wilkins.
He was better than
I didn't think we were going to get an Eddie Lee Wilkins reference tonight.
Listen, was it just me, or was it just every Knicks fan shed a tear for Jalen Brunson last night?
I told you. I almost did in the beginning.
I know Jerrell did.
I almost this close. Then I had to suck it up. I was like, wait, what's going on? Like, nah.
No, Jerrell, real talk. I felt emotional, bro.
It was only
I'm like, yo, is this? Am I crying because I'm happy?
Hey, Rick Brunson was talking to him. I was like, oh man,
what the hell? But it was touching last night, bro. I ain't gonna even lie, man. I felt it for him, man. I felt it for him.
Yeah. Dope. And I think that's part of it, X production. It feels like he's on a mission, especially since everyone says he can't do it. And this has been going on well before he hit the NBA. He was a second-round pick.
Yep.
Myers, I think it's Bart Myers. Is that his name? Who used to be the GM for? Yep. He told a story that Jay Wright called him, like, "Yo, he the best player on the team." Why? He was like, "Nah." Listen. He said he made a mistake.
Yep.
You know. You know. I had to call general managers to try to get them to draft Brunson.
I honestly didn't get it either when he wasn't picked in the first round. Me being a North Carolina fan, they beat us in the championship one of them years. And Jalen Brunson has been a thorn in my ass for a long time. Like, he's been a good basketball player. Like, I hated him when he was in college because he was good.
Well, I like that he's proven these people wrong. So thank you, Candace Parker. Thank you, Kenny Smith. You know,
he needs to win a ring to solidify it. He needs a ring to solidify it, RJ. I'm telling you, bro, because Even you get all these accolades, MVP chants. You see, once you don't win that chip, they're gonna always say he too small. And once he proves it and he wins it for New York, then that whole BS narrative is gonna go away.
Yeah.
You gotta win it, RJ. I'm telling you, you gotta win it.
Yeah. While you're talking, put in the chat how many years you've been a Knick fan, either by years or when you started watching early 80s,
I'm trying to see
early
people
80s,
age now,
90s,
Queen.
2000s. Yeah, just to get a sense of
Yeah, it's late. Y'all can tell y'all ages. It's late. Ain't nobody gonna see this.
Right. Isaiah Jackson, I feel like this is what the Nets tried to do. Listen, if I had an opportunity, I would have did it too. It just didn't work out.
Yeah,
I don't think it was a bad move though.
Right. They did not think that Kyrie was going to act like that. That's what's up.
Wiz, we know you 105. We already know that.
Salute to Donald though, 1969.
1969. That's what's up. So
1975.
See, that's why Donald been talking like that. He's seen a championship, even though he was young.
Right.
But one was at least in his lifetime. He felt the energy, even though he's probably too young to remember. Like he was only like 4 years old, but he know what it felt like for the city to have energy when it comes to that. Like we don't.
Yes.
Early 90s.
Well, I did.
Oh,
Kerry up there too. Kerry, see you watched the first Knicks championship as a child on Channel 9.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rodney said, okay, I thought I'm in here rocking with the young bucks. I'm rocking with the older crew. All right.
75 and 76 is about the worst because they've had the longest to suffer because the last title was in 73. So if you hopped on the bandwagon in 74 to 76, that's rough. Those people, I got it rough, but they got it rougher than me.
All of this, I'm the same age as Julian. Julian's age 44. He's been watching since 92. I started watching. I was a basketball nerd when I was little, so I started watching a little bit before that. But we're the same age, though. I turned 45 this year, so I started watching probably like in the late 80s when I was about 9, 10 years old.
A lot of Ewing era Knick fans.
Yeah, been watching since 89.
I'm looking at everybody saying what all this mean that it's way past most of y'all bedtime.
Isaiah Jackson, 2003.
All of us old as hell in here.
We just having too much fun.
Right, all of us old as hell in here. Like it was
late 80s, early 90s. Now, Mega, this is your age or when you started watching it?
Yes, get him. You've been getting at people all night. Get them.
Yeah, shout out to Mega, man. Yo, Mega always rocking with us. 100%.
Shout out to Mega,
the replay gang. Shout out to the replay gang, by the way.
Yeah, all these guys, Parrish Duggan, Julian Plum.
Y'all get older and older. Look at this.
1980, Jerrell, Charlotte.
That's what's up, man.
Oh man, he said I was born in 75. Knick fan since 10 years old. All right.
Me and 1969, our friends, old friends. Okay.
Yeah. Yo, he said he's sleepy. Hold on. Okay, we're old as hell here.
Respect the JM 3000 right there.
Mega says 689. Chill. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so we started watching probably about the same time.
Yeah, I started watching probably 82, 83.
Okay.
I get the feeling everything's coming full circle for me with the team. JB is the chosen one to bring the chip. 56. I started in 1977. Oh, wow.
See?
There we go. I was
That's what's up.
2 years before him.
Yeah.
She said that without saying it. So you got to
calculate now.
That's what's up. She made you work for that ass.
I'm looking for specific people ages, but I haven't seen them as yet.
Oh.
Wow.
That's what's up, man. We all older here. Ain't that crazy?
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Word. That's what's up. That's why we got
Hey, Ron, I didn't see your age yet, bro. You know,
the thing
Ron is
was,
about 95.
the thing was,
Pete Myers.
when did you start watching the Knicks? Not how old you are, but if you want to share how old you are, that's cool.
What was my boy? I loved his game. I would go in the yard. I'm shooting. I'm shooting.
Kerry said he remembered Dick Barnett. Yeah, y'all old as hell. I don't know.
I back with Lewis or right a season or two before they drafted Patrick Ewing.
Oh, okay, damn.
Yeah,
Run up there, run 47. Okay.
Damn, Steph, you was for the lottery, Steph?
Before the lottery, I started watching the Knicks before the lottery. Truck Robinson, Pat Cummings. I'm like, come on. Pat Cummings had thighs like this. I'm like, that's not basketball. It's like the Knicks was just getting people to play, you know?
Bernard in 84 was special, though, Queen.
Huh?
Bernard in 84 was that was special.
I was just so upset that he couldn't last, man. They should have brought him back and let him play with Pat. Man, that would have been that would have been. Oh my God, that would have been
everything happened for me in Trinidad. We only had like 2 channels.
Mm-hmm.
And my aunt, she was in love with the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And she always used to mention this guy to me, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That's all she used to say. I want to know who is this guy. And it just what happened to one night they was just watching basketball on TV, and I was like, what is this? Because back then we all into soccer and different sports we have back then, but watching it from back home, and then when I came up here, I came straight to New York. And from straight to New York, I started seeing basketball, and then I seen Patrick Ewing, and that was just over from there. I think it was from about 90, 93, 94. That season right there, I think when we played I think it was the Rockets.
Yep. In the finals. Yeah.
Right.
I know it was the finals. We went and we end up making it.
Mm-hmm.
But from right there, it was all love, man.
I remember 94. I was 15 years old, and I hated John Starks until I was about 17.
But I was upset with Derek Harper for passing it to him. I don't care how many times he come off that curl on the right side or off the screen. Why are you passing it to him? Come on.
I remember being 15. I didn't go to school the next day. That's
a few days. I didn't go to work for a few days.
I was pissed. Like that.
And let me just say one thing.
Game
just
6,
reminded me too.
Elijah fouled Starks on that 3.
He did, but they weren't calling.
You ain't calling that.
They weren't calling that.
In that time,
they did. He makes those 3 shots. We win.
And personally, he should have took the ball to the hole.
No, but he had time to fake. To let Olajuwon go by and take his shot.
Olajuwon had 5 fouls. Go to the hole.
See, we shouldn't have brought this up.
I was just about to say, but I don't open a can of worms.
This ain't gonna do nothing but piss us off before we go to bed. That's
right.
No, but what I was saying is that Paris W reminded me the time when they was doing all that the Black Power thing. That's when Kareem changed his name from Lou Alcindor to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Jerrell, we getting all them old people in here upset. Yeah, they're gonna be up all night. Y'all gonna be up all night.
Up there drinking tea. They're gonna start drinking tea soon.
Thinking about John Starks.
Right. All right, let's end the poll so we can get out of here. Oh, some kind of
I'm gonna go get me a beer and go to bed.
Right.
Well, I gotta go put some Bengay on my knee real quick.
Right. Let's read this last super chat, close out the poll, and we out of here.
Okay.
Rome Fat Rock, appreciate you.
Salute.
My uncle took me to my first game, and the program had Bernard King and Ernie Grunfeld on the Ernie. Yes, Ernie Grunfeld on. That's a blast from the past right there.
Word.
Yeah.
Ernie was a good ball player, though.
He was. Wow. He was. All right, let's close the poll. We got 59 votes.
Wow, 4 hours.
What are the results? LeBron, non-basketball reasons?
for non-basketball reasons, fit 47%. Excuse me, for basketball reasons, fit 47%. No to LeBron James for non-basketball reasons, 30%. No to LeBron James because of the contract, 22%.
Okay.
All right.
I see y'all lying this
Right.
late.
Anyway, we appreciate you guys.
Love it. Great show.
Right.
Great
I got to
show,
get
y'all.
on the
Thank
road
you.
early in the morning. It's just a short drive, though. But I appreciate you guys rocking with us. Let me get this comment out right here. Always a pleasure. Monday, I'll be on Nothing But Knicks, Queens Court. If the Knicks don't play, I don't even know the schedule. If the Knicks don't play, I should be on at 8.
I think they play Tuesday.
They play Tuesday. We play Memphis on Tuesday.
Okay. All right. So Monday, Nothing But Knicks channel.
I'm old school. Look at my schedule. Old school right there.
Yeah. Only old people print out schedules. You right.
But you know what? You
I
know
remember
what?
the last time I print out a schedule, they go lie.
But you know what? Seeing the ages in the chat, maybe Paris Ducker was right. He was like, the Knicks fans weren't able to vote for Brunson because they're not used to the phone. They're used to the little ballots at Popeyes and Costco's and filling in the little bubble.
Yep.
That we don't have a young fan base.
They used to looking at the All-Star voting like it's the SAT and you got to write the little bubble. Yep. Y'all ain't voted since then.
I don't know about y'all. I voted. Don't be playing me.
Like it's a multiple choice exam or something.
Right. Jerrell, Ajay, Pam, Staffer, Geoff, always a pleasure. Chat, replay gang. Appreciate you.
Gotcha.
You tune in, that means you're feeling the vibe. The bell rung, you already been subscribed. Right now, the queen, she on live. Right now, pull over the whip, no phoning when you drive. Dope Soul, sporting with the talk. First lady from New York.